I could stop and shop before, after work till I can do that.
Good evening, everyone.
Oh, I gotta shut up. Yeah, I'm worried about the candy.
Welcome to the joint budget hearings for the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance for the town of Fairfield, reviewing the fiscal year 2012 budget. Tonight, we're doing the Shellfish Commission. Oh, no, I'm sorry. We're doing the Board of Education. I'm going to ask that Dr. Title and Mr. Mottola lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. First, let me take a moment to welcome everyone. It's good to see the public participate in these hearings. We welcome and encourage that. Tonight, we'll be reviewing the Board of Education. We're going to start with a summary budget presentation by the Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Title, welcome to your first of many education budget presentations. Then we'll go through the budget in detail. We'll do health and welfare services, and then we'll do the private school bus transportation to end the evening. Now, there's typically a lot of public comment on these nights, and what we'll ask is that we limit public comment to 2 minutes per person, that it truly be public comment and not public question. If we get into public questions, it just makes for a very, very long evening. So we're going to limit it to public comment. Mr. Hiller, I'll ask that we put a sign-up sheet out. If people who wish to speak later in the evening would sign a sign-up sheet, we'll put it over on the lectern. Please spell your name clearly, write your name clearly so that we know, so that I can attempt to pronounce it right anyway. Please, public comment will be at the lectern. It will be recorded for Fair TV as well as for future reference for these meetings. And with that, I'd like to welcome Mr. Mottola. I think he's got a few comments first. And please.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn, and thank you very much for having us here. It just seems like we were here yesterday to go through this process. And again, thank you so much for having us and giving us the opportunity to present this budget. I just want to say a couple of things. The Board of Education considers this body, the Board of Selectmen, and the RTM and the taxpayers of Fairfield as partners in providing the children in our town the education that we give them, and it's an excellent education. And we truly appreciate your support, the support you've given us over the years. With that said, I guess I would gently remind everyone that the Board of Education fully understands that we are having some difficult economic times. We're having them now. We've had them over the last 2 years. And I want the record to be clear that the Board of Education has done its part and will continue to do its part to help through these difficult economic times. And I think this budget reflects that. The last 2 budgets also reflect that. Our staff and some of our bargaining units have taken 0% increases over the last couple of years. And at least one group has taken a couple of furlough days. So we understand that we're in difficult economic times. But with that said, we do have genuine needs as a district, and we believe that this budget reflects those needs and what we need to maintain the excellent school system that we have. So I look forward to an open and honest dialogue. And with that said, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to turn this over to Dr. Title.
Dr. Title. Thank you, Mr. Mottola.
Thank you. We're going to attempt to use the PowerPoint overhead projector here, so you may want to reposition yourself. It takes a minute for it to come on. I'm a bit of a PowerPoint novice, so there's not a lot of cute graphics, pictures, cartoons, and video in here, but next year we'll have something really slick. This is pretty bare bones PowerPoint, and you have a copy of it at your table. It's on two slides to a page there, and we made 100 copies for the public And we'll also post this on the district's website tomorrow morning. Give it a second here. All right, so there's the opening salvo. There we are. So, as Mr. Mottola said, basically, our operating budget allows us to offer, and one of the things that I've noticed coming in here for the first time is what a comprehensive and rigorous, high-quality program we offer to the families in Fairfield. Not just in the academics, and we certainly do that, but also in athletics, arts, co-curricular activities. We really have an educational program to be proud of in this town, and it's really not possible. It's all made possible by the support for this budget. So in this presentation, there are really four parts. One is to give everyone a sense of the breadth and depth of our program. I'll do that fairly quickly, just so you get a sense of basically what your money is buying. Some indicators about student achievement that result from this program, although not all, and we could talk about this all night if we wanted to get into it. And there are many more indicators about student achievement than what are listed here, but there's some of the sort of more public ones. We made some pretty significant changes in the way we develop our budget and the format of the budget for this year. I want to highlight some of that because we really wanted to make this budget document simpler and easier to comprehend. I still may not like the number, but at least you know how we got to it. And also just the high points of the cost pressures in this budget and the savings initiatives that we've already put into place and that are reflected in the budget. So that's the lesson plan. Okay. Just going sort of department by department, we can go through this fairly quickly. Obviously, in these core academic areas, in addition to our comprehensive core program that spans pre-K to 12, we offer a variety of electives to high school students and a significant number, you'll see through all of this, a significant number of advanced placement courses. That's been an initiative in the district for a number of years, and I have some outcomes to show you about our AP results that are very, very favorable. In the math and science area, you can see the APs there. We offer it in calculus, chemistry, environmental science, statistics, bio, and physics, as well as several other higher level mathematics and science courses, particularly for students who wish to take, more than just the 3 years of science. So we offer quite a bit there. World languages, we presently offer 5. 2 of them go to the 6th level, which means that in 7th and 8th grade, the students are picking up the equivalent of high school French or Spanish 1 and 2 and can enter and get all the way up through level 6 and beyond and taking the advanced placement. And Latin is also offered at advanced placement. A relatively new offering is Chinese. And of course, the world language starts in 4th grade. Art and music, as many of you know better than I do. We have just an amazing program in art and music in the school system. The electives, the concerts, the band. I went to my first Carillon and Candlelight concerts this year. They were so good, I went to one of them twice. Because it was like just so much fun to sit there and say, I get to be superintendent of this school system, look at this. So it really is amazing. And it does start in elementary school with the string instruction in grade 4 and the band in grade 5. And it's just really, I know it's something the community's proud of, and it's not cheap. In some of the other elective areas, you can see that we have a variety of courses in these areas. All the courses, the program of studies is the same between the 2 high schools. Occasionally, one course will run at one high school and not the other because of sign-ups, but these are some of the core ones, and AP Economics, AP Computer Science, and some of these areas start in grade 6 and 7. And of course, the other program areas are listed on the next page. The gifted program is listed as grades 3 through 8. That's the proposed new model that's in that the board has approved. The board approved as part of the budget, and right now, and will be expanded into next year at a nominal cost. There's a page in the budget book about that, but that was an area that the district had been working on for a couple of years to improve. And so you can see some of the other areas that we have. Of course, special education programming. We have a number of specialized programs there that work really well and serve to keep some of our costs down, actually. And with special ed, as you see, we're required to serve pre-K, age 3 through 21. Outside of the academics, in the student involvement, our student rates of participation are substantial. Clubs, service organizations, I went to the Townwide Art Show last year in May, the one over at Fairfield U. It was just incredible, and that was just a sampling of what our kids are producing. And in the arts, we've won numerous state, local, and national awards. In fact, I think we had one student this past year present in Washington for her artwork. So maybe this is all stuff you already know. I just thought I would say I'm impressed by it. So I'd like to keep it going. In terms of some of the outcomes, first of all, test scores are not everything. A lot of the areas that we're very proud of in here are not reflected in test scores. Test scores are one set of data that we look at to judge how we're doing. There's several, in addition to that, there's several different ways to look at test scores. You can look at test scores compared to the state average. You can look at test scores compared to neighboring districts. You can look at test scores of economically similar towns. And what I've done here is another good way to sort of get a good gauge on some of our test scores is looking at progress over time. Now, I don't have every intervening year in here, but the Connecticut Mastery Test and the Connecticut Academic Performance Test, every once in a while they change what are called generations. And so you can't compare to prior years. So this generation of CMT started in 2006. And I'll also tell you that this is not designed for you to show everything going up all the time to look perfect. This is what it is. We still have room for improvement, and we have, I think, some ideas on what to do. But so you won't see everything going up. You won't see, obviously, everything going down. But I think by and large, we can be pretty proud of how our kids are doing. Again, these are standardized measures. They're one way to look at it. So, for example, if you look in grade 3, you can see that we actually had, over the 4 or 5 years of this administration, looking across, reading went down slightly. Writing, this is our worst one, so let's get it out of the way early. Actually went down by 8 percentage points. The state went down also, so something was going on there. But the math has gone up as well in line with the state average. In grade 4, reading has been about the same, but writing has gone up every year since they've given the test, just about, that the writing scores have gone up. And the math in grade 4 has shown a huge upswing from 71.7% in 2006 to 83.7% in 2010. In the other grades, 5th grade, you can see there all pretty favorable trending in grade 5. Math there particularly strong in terms of an increase, but that does mirror what the state was doing in math. Grade 6, you can see our reading in the 89 level, writing at 88, and math there at 85, all uptrends in grade 6. Grade 7, highest number on the chart is our 7th grade reading, which is a very impressive 92.5% at or above goal. Writing has gone up slightly. Math also made a pretty substantial gain between 06 and 10. 8th grade, math is probably our best, growth area there as well. So that's sort of big overview on the CMT. And we are, I should tell you, every school has a school improvement plan. It's focused on improving student learning and ultimately designed to improve student performance, not just on these tests, but that's one element of it. So at the high school level, there's a lot of different measures you can use because that's our exit year. So kind of looking at what do our kids do as they're leaving us, and the lists of colleges our kids go to is substantial and impressive, and this was sort of not a random sample, but basically, every year, our kids really get into some outstanding colleges. And both high schools publish a list of those college acceptances every year in a profile. And so we get kids, often multiple kids, into the most competitive colleges. 90% of our graduates continue their education, and 3/4 of those are going to four-year colleges. Other high school indicators, this is the one I mentioned before about the advanced placement results. This spans a 10-year time frame. Certainly well before I got here, the district was on a mission to get more kids and more AP courses, which are the most challenging courses. The number of students in AP courses has quadrupled in the last 10 years. The number of tests taken has gone up by 5-fold, and with that, the actual number of kids getting a 3 or better, the percentage of kids getting 3 or better, has actually improved over the 10-year period. So even with more kids taking AP, an even greater percentage, 88% or thereabouts, is getting a 3 or higher. And in a recent press release, the state cited Fairfield as one of the top districts in terms of percentage of kids getting 3 or better on AP exams, and one of the top 5 districts for number of students taking the test. So that's another indicator at the high school level, and that's something we continue to push. SAT is another one for high schools. This is the 5-year trend there. They're all up. The biggest one up is writing, which has gone up substantially in the last 5 years, which is, again, a tribute to staff and instruction. What's interesting is some things, they don't all correlate with one another. If you look at the CAP results, now this generation of CAP started in '07. This isn't, a perfect chart that you'd want to see either. So I'm laying it out there. It is what it is. The reading scores have been pretty much flat, but here the writing, you can see the big gain in writing from 2007 to 2010, and there hasn't been a lot of movement in math and science. The numbers are still substantially above the state averages, but quite frankly, we could make some moves there. But the writing has really shown the biggest growth there. So again, this being one indicator, we have put forth, well, I can't, that's the royal we. I put forward a strategy, sort of an overview, vision of how to improve our achievement in the school system. We have a fine school system, but we can't just rest on our laurels and continue to just do everything the same way we've done it before. And we need to do it in challenging economic times. So I presented this to the public. It's on the district's website. Internally, we refer to it as the treatise, but it's really not that long or hard to comprehend. But basically, the focus is on increasing student achievement by improving instruction. Obviously, we need to keep our curriculum up to date, but where we're going to get the biggest bang for the buck is by improving what happens in the classroom between teachers and kids, and trying to focus us on a limited number of initiatives rather than every new thing that comes down the pike or every new idea that somebody in the public thinks we should get into. We've got ourselves stretched too thin, in my opinion, trying to do too many things for too many people. That can't be corrected immediately, but the basic areas that I think will have the greatest impact on improving instruction and therefore achievement are strengthening teacher and school leader skills, aligning our practices across the system, having consistency, having equity in curriculum and in materials, and of course providing adequate resources, which is a beautiful segue into why we're here. But at the same time, we can do a better job, and one of the themes that goes across all of this is I think we can improve our practices with respect to using student performance data and just using data in general to drive our decision-making process. That's something that is sort of a theme, and if you read the district improvement strategy, you'll see how that fits into all of these areas. But rather than make decisions based on, whim or an idea, but actually looking at some data to decide where to focus our improvements. So trying to move us forward here. So in terms of the, provision of resources, so we're into sort of the format of the budget now. You'll notice this budget format and the development of it was very different from what you've seen before. Part of that was when I was handed the budget before I started work here, I had a terrible time understanding it, and I've been reading budgets for 20 years. So if I was struggling with it, I thought it'd be good to try to simplify it for everybody. So a lot of what came in here was, help me understand this, we need a simple chart or a page, and so that's what ended up getting in here. But really trying to simplify and clarify the document. There were a lot of redundancies in the prior document. There would be the same explanation for the same type of line item 10, 12, 14 times. And now it's all in one place. We often had multiple accounts were used to purchase the same service. And it was sometimes hard to tell where that was coming from. So here we've simplified that, and generally speaking, when we are purchasing the same service or the same type of product, it's in one line item. Really tried to clarify the use of revenue, the grants, and the other revenue, both for the current year and for next year, because it's a net budget, and so we've laid out in, I think, somewhat gory detail. I dragged Bonnie through all of this exercise at great, glee. She's smiling now, but wasn't in the beginning. That we would be very clear about all the revenue we expect for next year and exactly what that's paying for in the budget, so that there was no undesignated revenue in this budget. There was some, and we cleared it up. So that's in here, and we can walk through that if you have questions about it. And trying to get at showing all the permanent staff we have regardless of the funding source. That's been an issue of what's an FTE? Is an FTE in the budget? What about a grant? What about part-time people? Tried to clean that up and show everybody who's permanently employed here, regardless of their funding source, is counted, so we can have an accurate count. Now, I know that can be confusing, and we've had some debates about that already, but that was the goal, put it that way. Where we've added positions because of loss of grant funds, the ARA SFSF money is going back to the town next year if ECS is fully funded, but we wanted to show in here, how that was impacting us. We muddled through the operational audit. We have the audit. Tomorrow I'm giving the board my initial response to it, but there were some areas of the operational audit that we either started working in that area before the audit, or there were areas in the audit where we could say, yes, we agree with that recommendation, we're going to put it right in. There weren't that many of them because we just got the audit in December and our budget comes out in January. So we're clear on that. There's a page about exactly what was in the audit that at least the area was suggested by the audit, and it's in here. So the format, explanations of significant changes in accounts, line items, and program changes. I'll keep moving here. We did do some pretty significant changes to the way we allocate. I mean, this sometimes can be confusing. What's in the allocation to the schools and what's budgeted centrally. One of our issues is that when we have we have some areas that have been budgeted out to the schools, and that has resulted in some inequities at the school level. And the classic one for that, and I know this has been brought up before, is technology. That because a lot of the technology had been sort of at the principal's discretion, or had been in the principal's allocation, some schools, not solely for this reason, were getting way out ahead of other schools in terms of technology, both software and hardware. And to remedy that, the only way to begin to remedy that, we can't even remedy it in 1 year, is to bring in all of the software and the hardware costs into a centralized account so it can be brought out from a centralized system with a goal in mind. And if we couldn't do that, then we didn't fund it. So I'm sure you'll all be thankful about this. We don't have to debate smart boards this year at all because there aren't any in the budget. And so, but that's an area where we do need to start becoming equitable. First of all, the budget couldn't support it. But secondly, we need to have a plan to remedy this over a multiple-year period. And the only way to do that is to budget centrally. Same thing with substitute teachers and interns. They were budgeted out in the schools. A lot of that, substitute teachers were really beyond the control of the school, and so that's been brought back in-house. Our elementary staffing model, we have a new one. It's based on 3 bands, the size of the school, the number of sections, and so staffing is no longer within the purview of the principal. That's based on a model that's based on size and need. And we combined some district and school funding accounts. For example, we used to fund interns. You may remember this from last year. It struck me. Interns that we use now, going forward, we're only going to use pretty much as substitute teachers, so it's cost effective. Some of their funding came from the school allocation and some came from the central office. It was like, what's that all about? And there was a long story behind it, but basically we've combined it. It's all done centrally now. So that's an example of the combining of the school and the district accounts. This, by the way, required a huge restructuring of our entire budget development process while we were doing this in Munis and while we were doing a lot of other things. Okay. And we were doing the audit. So the budget priorities here going forward, really trying to, from the beginning, trying to preserve our instructional program and our class sizes. That where we are proposing some program improvements, we needed to show some offsetting costs. So that was sort of the rules of the game. If you come to me with an improvement, show me where there's going to be some cost offsets. Doesn't have to be 100%, but there's got to be a little give and take here, and in the couple areas you'll see that. We wanted to keep going in technology. I mean, that's an area that often gets cut. The audit showed in that area was an area we really need to make progress on. They call it recommit to technology. You can't recommit to technology when you're trying to keep your budget down. So we're trying to at least keep that fairly close to what it is this year. There's no big increase there, but that is something we wanted to maintain. We have been taking major cuts in maintenance projects. It's led to some deferred maintenance in the schools. It came up in the discussion the last month or so around some of these projects that we're asking for, and the question was, well, you know, could you have maintained these and not need these projects? And the answer, quite frankly, is I think there have been cuts in maintenance over the years here, and I think in the long run, that's not cost effective, so we tried to restore some of the cuts in the maintenance projects and address the enrollment changes. Wherever we could find savings in non-instructional areas, we tried to do that. The most visible part of that was my launching of the, I thought it was going to be a third rail, but I think people saw the light on it, changing the high school start times back to 7:30. That's going to save us an estimated $500,000. That is something I know was done in the school system under great study, but the fact was that the benefit of that savings more than offset any perceived value in the way we do the start time. So that's a non-instructional area in my view. It's bus costs, and so our transportation costs would be $500,000 higher had we simply moved the transportation costs forward and added the contract to it. But we didn't do that. I didn't actually, in most cases, just take everything we had and say, let's do it again next year. People sort of had to start from the bottom. And then the revenue, an example of designated the revenue was we get money in for open choice children who come in from Bridgeport. It's about a $160,000 item. Not all that revenue was designated every year. I've now designated that to paying for ongoing expenses so that it's clear there's not a pot of money over here that we get in open choice or anywhere else where you can say you haven't designated that. So you'll see it, it's in the budget. So I wanted to be clear that we're designating all of that. Some of that result is kind of like loose change under the couch, but every little bit helps. All right, here's the actual enrollment. K-12, 10,026. Our projections for next year are listed there for a net change of 102. This was pretty much done in the cohort survival model, even though we have a fancier model for the out years. The projections were just pretty much done the same way they'd always been done. Enrollment has been going up. I've taken pre-K off this because we're doing some different things with pre-K, and that doesn't really affect our staffing. But the kids are moving through the system. We know middle school and high school enrollment is going to go up, and pretty substantially. We're going to open Woods just in time to accommodate the 82 kids coming into the middle level. So that's our projected enrollment for next year. 30 student down at the elementary. Actually, the way they fall is a bit of a bonanza for us, if it holds, is we're budgeting 6 fewer elementary classroom teachers next year than this year. So where the enrollment is going down, we're cutting the positions. Again, I don't just take them all and move them ahead. If we don't need them, they're not in there. But because of the enrollment, we do have some increases in the middle school and the high school, and it's all clarified in there. So that's sort of the big picture on enrollment. Cost pressures on this budget. After we had contracted salary increases, we had 2 bargaining units take a 0 in the current year. And so we have to budget, we are budgeting for their salary increases for next year. The biggest bargaining unit that falls into that bucket are teachers. The loss of the grant funds I talked about, but also we had used some ARA money in previous years to pay for some overages and special ed costs. That money's gone. We own all the special ed costs, and so you'll see a pretty sizable increase there And that's really something that had been covered by grant funds. The grant funds aren't there anymore. Pension and medical benefits, I hate to even say the last phrase. Rising enrollment, other contractual increases that are out there. These could be maintenance contracts. Our transportation contract has an increase in it. Special ed placements have increases in them. So there's a whole bunch of non-personnel contractual increases. Our estimate is that about 88% of this increase is due to fixed or contractual costs, but people can debate that. There's always, what is really in there, so we have that broken out. It's about 4.3 of the 4.9 I would consider fixed or contractual. We took some pretty significant non-personnel cost reductions in this budget. I've got a page on that in here, to the tune of almost $1,750,000. Some of the savings suggested by the audit, but a whole bunch that weren't. And there were some accounts, some of them relatively modest, that I just zeroed them out. If we didn't need it, couldn't figure it out, nobody could tell me except for it's always been there, we just took it off the page entirely. There's a list of those in there. Again, they don't add up to big money, but it was the concept that just because you had money in the account last year doesn't mean you get money next year. Staff here had a great time with me on this. So service changes, program service changes. I talked about the high school start times. We do have a new elementary staffing model. That's the one area where there is some additional staffing above and beyond what I would call contractual. I think it's very important. It's probably the one initiative that costs any significant amount of money in here and makes up the bulk of that difference between the 4.3 and the 4.9. Even the audit pointed out that we are woefully inadequate in the services we provide to children at the elementary level in terms of math support. This tries to address that. Now, there were a number of things in the audit, by the way, where they said add money, and I didn't do it, just so you know. Okay. Gifted education model is in here. That is a very modest increase to it. There's a lot of offsets in there. We presently spend, in round numbers, about $500,000 on gifted. The new model takes that from about $500 to about $525. So for a pretty significant change, I think we got a pretty cost-effective way to do it, but that is new for next year. Those of you that followed the Board of Ed, we've got a page on this. I've recommended some changes in our pre-K program, and the net effect on the changes in our pre-K program are that we're going to serve more children, and we're going to serve them at a lower cost. We're actually saving $100,000 in our pre-K expenses by doing this, and yet we'll have more children served in the pre-K. We're going to help our racial imbalance problem, and so it's sort of a win, and it's better educationally for a number of reasons. So it's sort of the triple winner. Better educationally, helps with racial imbalance, and saves money. So don't count on that every year. And so anyway, all of these up here either save money or if they have additional costs, they're offset. So the net on the changes, and there's a page of more detail on there for the 102 students. And I know not all of these are created equal. A non-certified staffing person doesn't make as much money as a certified, but the net certified change is a plus 9.8. The non-certified we're reducing, so the net staffing change is 6.2 full-time equivalent. And so I'm going to wrap this up. Kept it to about half an hour, which is like the land speed record for me. So in summary, your support, the town's support of this budget has enabled us to offer the first-rate program. We've looked for cost savings. We've changed the budget development process, and we really thank you for your time and consideration of this request. And I will stop. Thanks, Jerry.
Elevated, I got microphone number 1 here.
Thank you, Dr. Tuttle. I appreciate your time and your preparation. I also, on behalf of our board, I want to thank you and Mrs. McQuain and the team for the easier-to-read budget book.
Okay.
It was a good improvement, a great improvement over prior years, and we greatly appreciate the time and effort. Is Bonnie still here?
Yeah, she just stepped out for a second.
Okay. With that, just a little bit about our budget process. What happens every year is the budget process starts within the Board of Education's offices as well as the townside departments in the fall. The Board of Education receives the Board of Education budget in January and approves on that, and then it's forwarded on to the First Selectman. The First Selectman, working with the townside departments, puts together his budget recommendation, and then he also reviews the education recommended budget at that time. And then in February, the First Selectman comes forward to the town as a whole with his recommended budget, which is what we're discussing here. So Dr. Title just had the opportunity to explain the Board of Education's approved budget that was done in January. And at this point, I want to give the First Selectman, Mr. Flato, the opportunity to discuss his views of the Board of Education budget. After we're done with that, we'll come back, and I've asked Dr. Title to walk us through his executive summary, which is in the book here, explaining in detail some of the differences between the prior year and this year in the education budget. Okay? So at that point, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Flato.
Thank you, Chairman Flynn. Thank you, Tom. I did, just as an aside, there's about 15 extra sets of my handouts in the front here, if anybody would like them. First of all, I want to very much commend the superintendent, Dr. Title, Mrs. McQueen, their staff. There's no question that the budget book was totally comprehensive, and in some areas it has definitely given us full information, you know, things like grants that were kind of piecemeal in the past, and very much appreciate that. And to Chairman Mottola, Board of Ed Chairman Mottola, and to the members of the Board of Ed, I appreciate all your hard work. As First Selectman, as you know, it's my responsibility to explain to town officials the situation facing our budget as clearly and openly as I can. But I am giving a bit of a different kind of a quick, literally 4 or 5 minute presentation tonight regarding the Board of Education budget as proposed. Because it is very important at this crucial time, I believe, to reset and to look at the big picture. Last week, as the Boards of Selectmen and Finance know, I presented a 4-year plan for the town. And in that plan, it called for relatively modest increases to the Board of Education budget over the next 4 years. And I stated last week that this should be achieved because of structural changes occurring within our schools. And I'm going to describe those for a few minutes. As you know, I've long supported, and I do support, our public education system in our schools as much as any other official. But we do have to be fair and absolutely tolerant of this community's fiscal limits. And thus, in the current proposed budget, I have recommended an adjustment of about $1.6 million to the school budget from what the Board of Ed requested, and thus recommend a 3.75% increase instead of a 4.9% increase. While we've needed to spend monies on school projects this past decade and operational needs relating to those projects as enrollment climbed, now, as school enrollments begin to drop, we have to factor this information into annual budget discussions and look for reasonable adjustments. As you just saw within the Board of Ed budget already, it is acknowledged that there is a need for 6 less elementary teacher positions in the 2011-12 year due to lower enrollments. But for every such savings, there is a request from the district for new staff and program. I am honestly concerned we cannot afford to do it this way, nor can we afford to sustain such new hires. And I believe instead that any new program improvements must be achieved the next few years from savings. We are at a pivotal turning point in school population. Enrollments, which had gone up over 50% in the past 20 years, from 6,000 students to 10,000 students, did require large budgeting and building needs. But this is no longer happening. The result will be a school system which is stabilizing and in need of far less new resources. I know some will question this, and so I'd like to spend a few minutes on it, because in fact, enrollments are currently decreasing for the first time in 20 years. And as this trend continues, it will mean less pressure on budgets and operations. If you can believe it, and I've given out the charts, This current school year, 2010-11, our schools, from the beginning of the first day of school, have experienced an actual decrease in our school population during this current year, a loss of 53 students since autumn. And by the way, it's been at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. Today's school population has stabilized and is in total just about at the same level a year ago. We're at 9973, below 10,000 now. Within elementary grades, school population has dropped by over 100 students in the last 2 years, a drop of about 2%. And in grades K through 3, those 4 grades are down 120 students, or about 3% from 2 years ago. This drop will continue over the next few years because the simple fact is the annual birth rate has been lower by 20% than a decade ago, averaging below 600 births per year for the last 4 years, compared out to the 750 to 850 range a decade ago. So I've provided 3 charts to show this steady, slow decline in growth in our schools literally since 2006. And I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of this, but just to give you a sense, from 1991 to 2001, our school population increased 31%. From 2001 to this year, it increased 25%. Those are big jumps. But as you notice, 25% is less than 31%. Most of that dropping relationship has been in the last 3 or 4 years. And if you look back to 2006-07 and trended for the last 6 years, you will see that for 6 years, the growth in the system has been 8%. So if you annualize that over 10 years, that would lead to about a 14% increase, even if it continued, way below the 25% and 30% from the last 2 decades. But in fact, what is really happening is that the increase in enrollment is a bubble going through our system. And as you can see, for the last 6 years, our elementary enrollment has decreased. 5 years ago, we were at 4,803 students. This year, today, we're at 4,754 students in elementary school, with a projection in their budget book, according to their report, of 4,728. My own belief, it'll be around 4,676, and 100 less the year after. The charts are just information, and obviously some of this projection stuff is opinion. But now that it is literally starting to happen, and now that you can see that instead of an inflow, we're having an outflow, those things have to be taken into account. And all the projections in the budget book were based on the assumption we were staying over 10,000 kids this year, which we have not. I believe if we had not experienced a number of families switching from private to public schools due to the economy and the closing of a parochial school over the last 3 years, there's no question in my mind student population would have dropped even more over the last 3 years. I understand that a demographer presented a report to the district. However, that report is very flawed. The report states MGT is ignoring birth declines because it would alter future projections. Yes, that's true. That's what they did. But the fact is, birth declines will drop future projections as this new generation of few students entering our schools. I was hopeful this report would have been fixed by now, but here we are at budget time. School population is peaking, and yet the board is asking our community to hire more staff and to build more elementary school space, even though the elementary population is declining. The latest proposed school facilities report of the Board of Ed uses truly troubling assumptions, because besides overstating future student populations, the draft plan assumes that every building should now be underutilized by 10 to 15%. Each school capacity is now being listed at 10 to 15% below their actual capacities for the first time in town's history. At a time when school population is going to decline, that makes no sense. And I just do not think the town can afford such unrealistic scenarios. So while I believe we should not hire more than a couple of new staff over this next year, which would be about $1 million difference combined salary and benefits from the Board of Ed's proposed budget, I believe there are a few other areas as well which can be adjusted slightly. I know the superintendent just talked about technology, and it is a very important part of our budget, and I certainly don't want to shortchange it. But keep in mind that over the last year and a half, in fact, there was a very large series of purchases in technology out of our $2 million of stimulus funds. Over $600,000 of computers and smartboards and all kinds of things have been purchased out of using that stimulus money. And so the technology budget over the last few years has actually spent almost double what it was 3 or 4 years ago. I believe technology, the consulting lines, and a few of the small capital items in the Board of Ed budget can be shaved a little bit. It was about $7 million if you add up all of the maintenance items and the technology items and the items in capital repairs. I think you can, I hope, shave about $500,000 of those. But that would still maintain a very solid level compared to the per capita spending in those areas in many good districts in this county and consistent with goals. In summary, these are tough financial and economic times, and it is true that Fairfield, just like other communities, cannot afford budgets to go too high. But I would like to spend 1 minute on the other side of the coin, because I do know there are people out there that would like to see significant reductions in the Board of Ed budget beyond mine. And I need to emphasize for a minute that it is most difficult to cut this school budget, in my opinion, much more than what I am recommending. I honestly believe that a multi-million-dollar cut would almost certainly result in some serious and adverse service impacts. I very much welcome the efforts by Superintendent Title to seek improvements in the program and think he's off to a wonderful start, just as Dr. Clark made many improvements, such as you saw in the AP program, which is something she and I literally talked about the day after she was hired as a major need in this district to improve the AP programs. And I think Dr. Title will make major strides to seek improvements to operations and programs. So I do not want to risk seeing a result of an overly harsh cut to the budget that I feel would hurt the strength of our school system. But I do believe there needs to be a balance. So in conclusion, I feel my proposed budget at 3.75% affords a fair commitment. I did have in my first draft, we are Fairfield after all, but I took that line out, but I'll say it anyway. But I believe we need to do a fair, balanced commitment to meet the needs within Fairfield schools and within town's financial capacity. So I look forward to the discussion, and obviously we all have a lot of detail. Didn't want to take too much time, but I thought it was very important to emphasize that big picture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flato. Any questions, comments, concerns from board members? Mr. Bolito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Flato, I just wanted to point out something you had mentioned in terms of the staffing, that you felt that staff was being added in a time when enrollment was going down in the short term. Understood. The one thing that I didn't get, though, was that Dr. Title had pointed out in his presentation that there was a decrease of 6 elementary school teachers budgeted for this coming year. How would you respond to the argument that they are, in fact, being responsive to the lower enrollment in elementary schools?
I had a feeling that kind of question was going to happen, and Dr. Title and I and Mr. Mottola and a few others had a good conversation about it. I think the best way to explain the difference in this, in my perception versus theirs a little bit, is to ask you to turn in the budget book to page 145 and 46. I think that's the number. And what you'll see is two different ways to lay out, that the Board of Ed has laid out their actual staffing increase. While it is true on one level, there's been a net of 6 new staff. In reality, there are 23 positions, new positions, being requested in this school budget of certified staff. The difference, just to take a minute, and then I really should let them explain it better than me, but the main difference as to why I'd prefer about 3 or 4 positions hired and not 23, and to take some of the savings, is this. A number of the positions are at much higher staff levels, full-time teachers and the rest. There are some paraprofessionals cut back, there are some part-time employees cut back without benefits, but once you hire a full-time teacher or full-time certified staff, obviously with benefits, you know, that's an amount that's 5, 6 times the amount of a paraprofessional, 3 times the amount of these part-time employees. In addition to this 2023, you know, if we have 6, you know, for example, at the elementary level, 6 less teachers needed, and if we only said, okay, we'll improve some programs in that area and hire 6, then this 23 would be, you know, 17 less. So it's kind of how you look at it, what kind of staff you're hiring. I do think some of their needs, or I should say some of their desires, are reasonable. But I think in this environment, to hire literally, you know, 20 out of whatever the number is, you know, 2 or 3%, on the town side, I wish we could do that. Each year, we've tried to hire no staff. In fact, our town staffing has gone down over the last 4 years. The district is up almost 100 positions over the last 4 years. And so I think there's a ratio that has to be considered in this, you know, because of these financial times.
Dr. Title, how would you respond to Mr. Flato's statement?
Well, and he and I have talked about this. One of the things that I really wanted to do was show the full staffing list that we have here. And we have people who are paid the equivalent of teachers. They're part-time, early literacy tutors. They're certified employees. They work 19 and a half hours a week. And there are 14 of them, and they're paid the equivalent of 7.6 teaching positions. And we are proposing in this budget to eliminate all 14 of those positions. That's an offset to the 19.3. So when you subtract the 7.6 from the 19.3, you get a lower figure. Those are real employees drawing a paycheck. They don't get benefits, but a number of the certified staff additions don't result in benefit additions either, because a number of these are 0.2, 0.6, you know, they're people that already get benefits, whose jobs are going to be greater, or they're new positions. For example, in our program for the gifted, we are proposing to add 3.4 positions, 1.4 position in each of the 3 middle schools to serve this program. Those will be 3 separate people, so it won't be one person running around. So those 3 positions don't require benefits. So those are some new positions that don't require benefits. There's others coming out that don't require benefits. And we account for the benefits separately. And I would argue way too conservatively, but that's another story. So we also have approximately 2 positions, as the first selectman had pointed out, that are coming out of grants under certified. So to me, and we have the dollar amount for these permanent part-time equivalents. It's listed in the page on the elementary staffing plan. And so I think it's just agree to disagree about how you count it. But certainly, had we gone forward with our elementary staffing model, which does add a number of certified positions, without this, then he would be right. But if we're actually cutting these positions, so without listing them here, they would be invisible. That's my point. Where I agree with this point is a non-certified position, you know, cutting one non-certified position does not equal in dollars one certified position. Absolutely true. But most of the action in this budget is on the certified side. The non-certified, we're actually proposing to come in with fewer positions next year.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Title, let's turn your attention to page 139 in the budget book, if we could. I think you alluded to this earlier in your presentation, about a frustration that this board has expressed in past years about getting an actual count of the staff.
Correct.
And we've probably phrased it about 12 different ways in the
Right.
last several years.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Shall I try again?
well, the first question, let me ask a question first.
Okay.
So, page 139.
Are you on the budget that, the Board of Ed budget or the superintendent's budget? Because the pages are different.
Okay, I'm actually looking, yeah, I'm looking at.
Must be the
both of
same
those.
page as 145, Tom.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies for that.
Right.
I'm looking at the,
If you're in the bound book, it's 145.
thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
145. All right, thank you. Remedial budgeting, right here. Read the pages. All right. Yeah, exactly.
You one of those kids with the bad math skills?
You know, yeah, I'm one of those kids with the bad math skills. That's right, exactly. Okay. Do the numbers on page 145 or 139. I'm covering all my bases.
Depending on your version.
Right. They reflect everybody that's drawing a paycheck that says Town of Fairfield,
With the
For the Board of
exception of
Education.
food service.
with the exception of food service.
And with the exception of temporary employees such as substitute teachers who get paychecks. There are people who coach a season and get a paycheck. So I refer to these as permanent employees because they're not seasonal
Right.
employees, and that
So
will
they're
vary.
not seasonal and they're not substitute.
Exactly, exactly. That's the full-time equivalent, that's what we budget to.
Okay, so
Yes.
isn't the difference, if I look in this book, in several areas you say, hey, we're adding 20.9, right? That's the number that comes out, 20.9, I think, positions in a couple of spots in this book. I'm not going to give page numbers because I probably have the wrong pages. Right? 147, thank you. Okay, but if I refer back to 145,
Yep.
the difference there is 17.1, and that represents in 2010 to 2011, the part-time permanent equivalents were not counted
That's right,
in the numbers last year.
that's correct.
So to bridge the two, right,
Yep,
you have to add those together.
that's correct,
Okay.
exactly right.
So what you're doing is, to your point, the positions existed, they were here, they weren't identified here.
That's correct, and they are not, and the positions have always existed, well, not always existed, but they existed last year. And the sort of rule was that because they were considered to be part-time and didn't receive benefits, they weren't an FTE. Yet that rule was not applied to, say, certified teachers who were less than half-time not receiving benefits. They were included as FTE. Well, no wonder people were confused. So if they're permanent, that's why I try to use the word permanent. If these are permanent positions, whether they're benefit eligible or not, they're counted. And so you're right, you know, on top of the fact that because we're eliminating so many of them, there's no way to capture that, and they're real bodies. However, one of the complicated things is those permanent part-time equivalents are not budgeted in the same place as the other certified employees, but that's a technical point. They're in the budget.
Okay.
Yep, that's the difference. That's the crosswalk, is the 7.6 and the 9.5.
All right, so let me go to page 148 real quick. And these don't tie out. If you look at the bottom numbers, you'll see that the 2010, 2011, this was the one part where I did think the new book was confusing,
Okay,
because you didn't include, if I have it correctly, the 2010, 2011, once again, dropped off the part-time
right.
permanent, right? Because the difference
Right.
there is 17.1.
yep, that's it.
And then and they dropped them off on both sides, right?
Correct,
So that's why the difference on that page
right.
is 13.8. It's really the difference. So that page should be updated to reflect the other page.
Yeah, that's a function of the munis system counting. As I said, these part-time people are not in those numbers that are over to the left. So it doesn't get spit, we'd have to add it in manually.
Okay,
That would correct it.
okay. But I was just trying to follow the logic.
That's it,
Mr., okay.
right. You got it. You're just
Thank you
right.
for that, and I'll turn it back to Mr. Bolito, and then we can.
Thank you. That was quite a follow-up.
Yeah.
Let's bring it down from the clouds kind of at street level. Let's take North Stratfield, which is a school that I know well because my son went there. Let's say, for example, he was in 5th grade right now.
Right.
Who's he going to see this year that wasn't there last year, as a practical matter?
Well, every school, you can check that in here. We have the staff by school,
Yep.
regardless of source of funding. So
Right.
any parent can look at their school
Mm-hmm.
and see what the changes are, because if you just look at what's in the operating budget, the FTE count, it's misleading, because there could be grant-funded positions.
Right.
So we have a painful number of pages in here that go school by school on that. So let me get to it, and I'll show you.
Okay.
Well, let me just show where the whole thing starts, and then you can pick any school, pick a
Okay.
school, any school. Okay, it begins, it's the staffing by school/department, and it starts in this book, the tan book. it starts on page 151, and it goes by school, and you hit North Stratfield on page 154. All right? So what you'll see there, if you just sort of read across as an example, at North Stratfield, teaching staff, there's currently 34.9 positions under the teaching staff category, and next year, they would be 36.4. Now, that includes classroom teachers and some other positions, but that's, so if you were to total that at the bottom, which we do, the total staff at North Stratfield, which is currently in bold, over to the right where it says total,
Got it.
57.5,
Yep, got it.
and then to the right, 57.1. So there would be a net minus .4 at North Stratfield for next year.
Now, where's that coming from? Because I notice we're talking about how the number of classroom teachers is going down 6 district-wide, and
Yes.
yet teaching staff number is going from 34.9 up to 36.4.
Right, well, some of the decrease is going in, again, when you're looking at total staff now, that combines certified and non-certified. If you look above, for example, the paraprofessional staff, line 113,
Right.
there's presently 15.6, and next year, we're budgeting for 13.7. So that's a 1.9 decline in paraprofessional staff at North Stratfield. If you want to look at the actual elementary teaching sections, sort of the base classroom teachers, to see how we, to look at how that's changing, is 138,
138.
and you'll see where the 6 come from. And by the way, that's based on the way the kids are patterned, and it's actually very unusual, but to have a 30-student decline result in 6 classroom teachers, I mean, the average classroom's got 20 kids in it. So this is sort of a luck of the draw as to how the kids,
Understood.
fell out. So over on 138, we begin with each elementary school and the change in sections to the far right.
Right.
Okay, so if we go to North Stratfield, you'll see that there's no change in the total number of teaching sections. What happens there is, in the current year, there are 3 first grades and 4 second grades, and that 3 first grades just simply moves up.
Right.
And 4 fifth grades exit and 4 kindergartens are projected to come in. So there's no change there. The places where there's changes are at Jennings, Osborne Hill, Riverfield, Dwight. That's it.
Right.
Those are the 6.
Okay.
Again, these are projections based on what we have, and as kids move in or out of the district, that may have to shift. We have a number of classes that are pretty close to the limit, but we might have others that will go under. So
Okay, makes sense to me.
does that help?
That does help, thank
Okay,
you.
good.
One other question for Mr. Flato. You mentioned specifically in your presentation about birth rate driving some of the figures that you came up with in terms of the enrollment going down. How would you respond to the argument that you're not factoring in people moving in from out of town, or where have you factored that into your
Well,
evaluation?
in my 2 out-year numbers that I came up with, even though I've listed MGT's numbers too, so you can see those and see that, there's not a big increase or anything, and that their numbers are going down the next 2 years in elementary also. But my numbers are significantly lower. I assumed a 4% inflow, which has been the average. I mean, 1 year it was higher, but even with a 4% over 5 years, my numbers of 400 kids district-wide lower than MGT's, which is a pretty significant difference. So somebody's going to be right.
So basically, you're saying the birth rate is declining to the point where even though there may be people moving in from out of town, you still see the overall enrollment going down over time.
Right. If you look at, the average of the last 10 years, 5 years, 20 years, most of the time it used to be a ratio 1-to-1, the number of children that show up in kindergarten versus the number of kids born 5 years earlier. The last 5 years up until 2008, there was an anomaly. There were about, 3, 4, 5, 6% more children showing up per year than the number of kids born. But because the births are dropping 100 to 150 out of 750, it would take a 20% increase in inflow to make up for that kind of drop, which isn't going to happen.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Mr. Kiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Title, thank you very much for your presentation and all the hard work that you and your staff have put into this budget book. It's greatly appreciated. My question, first is a comment. You've mentioned a couple times that at the elementary level, we're down about 30 students projected and down about 6.2 teachers.
6.
6. Thank you. And you also mentioned that it looks like some classes might have fallen in a way that we kind of got a couple breaks on for next year, which inherently tells me that you're probably pretty close going the other way. As far as if a few more kids do show up than are expected, you might get pushed in the other direction. So my question is, how have you accounted for that risk should some of the classes just edge over where they need to be to create extra class sizes? And where in the budget do you show a contingency or a reserve for those events should they happen?
There is no contingency or reserve of any positions in the whole budget.
Okay.
So there's no, there's no reserve fund for teachers. If Mr. Flato was right, then we'll be taking them out of the kindergarten positions. I should point out that our kindergarten enrollment right now, our pre-K to 5 enrollment is 769, which is 29 higher than we have in first grade. So I don't know if there's going to be a major drop-off, but if he's right, that's where we get them from, because we won't hire the full complement of kindergarten teachers if we don't have the kids to teach them. And similarly, there's no hedge at any of the other levels. In other words, we've predicted, the other thing that can happen is kids can move from one grade level, kids could exit a level, which causes you to be able to collapse a class somewhere, and then you can add it somewhere else. We're very scrupulous about staying on top of this. We don't make final decisions about the size of our classes till August 1st. If there are teachers to be hired, we wait until then to make sure, because there's a lot of movement in and out over the summer. It's not uncommon to see somewhat of a decline in enrollment sometimes during the school year, and then influx of people over the summer. So the answer is we have no contingency. There's no extra anywhere in here, and that's, we're not hedged in any way, shape, or form. And there are a few. I mean, if you look at the third grade at Riverfield, we're 2 kids away from having to add a section.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hence my question. What
Yeah.
would you do? I mean,
Well, it happened, it happens this year because it also happens in the context of what's going on with the enrollment and the teaching needs system-wide. We don't just have to reallocate within the elementary level. So if, for example, we go through our high school course selection process April and into May, we have some estimates in here based on course-taking patterns about what we need for high school enrollment. If the course-taking patterns at the high school may fall out in such a way that we may be able to save, say, a position at the high school level, and that could be reallocated to the elementary if necessary. The middle school is a little closer because we're in teams, and so that's pretty well set out by contract in terms of what the sizes are there. But there's always a possibility that that enrollment might move around a little bit. So we look at movement everywhere within the staffing lines, not just at the elementary level. We don't have to locate the funds for an elementary position. That's a real top priority for us, and I know it is for the board, is to wherever possible stay within our maxes, which is 23 in grades K to 2 and 25 in grades K to 2, 23 and 25. We have a lower guideline at McKinley, but I should just point out we're not able to hold to that lower guideline at McKinley for next year because we don't have any space.
right. No, thank you for that, and I certainly appreciate the situation. My question came from reading the book. It looked like at first glance there was more opportunities for a couple more kids creating a couple more sections being required than there were possibilities going the other way, that a couple less kids might eliminate a couple sections. So there appeared to be greater risk on the upside than the downside based on my reading of it.
Right. I would agree with that.
Okay.
The bigger risk is for me to say, I've got 2 teaching positions here that are unallocated, I'm not sure I need them, and you guys will look like I had 4 heads, right? You'd say, okay, there's a budget cut, right? So that's the other risk.
Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, please.
Yeah.
Then I'll go to Mr. DeWitt.
Yeah.
Dr. Title, It seems like you're extremely tight at both Sherman and Stratfield in the kindergarten sections. It seems like one more person at either one of those schools is going to force you to open kindergarten sections.
Yeah, we're real tight.
seems to be one of the
Stratfield, Stratfield and Sherman, both at the kindergarten level. Again, those are the projections, so that's, what happens with kindergarten. What happened this year is, we had a chart like this, and while we had the total number of kids right, they distributed themselves like in whole different buildings. We've been pretty close in the past 4 or 5 years on total kindergarten enrollment. What we have not been particularly good about has been where they land. So if we're safe on kindergarten, sort of in total body count, we'll shift a position from one school to another. The chances are if we get an influx at Sherman and Stratfield, we're probably going to, maybe have a smaller number at, say, at Jennings or McKinley, and we can pick it up there. That's the squishiest part of any enrollment projection because those kids aren't in the system.
When you say pick it up, or you mean move one of those teachers down?
Yes. In other words, if, let's say, hypothetically, we have McKinley slated next year for 5 kindergartens sections, right? Okay? If we only need 4, then we'll take a kindergarten teacher from McKinley and put her at, or him, mostly her, over at wherever it's needed. So we move people around. So if we have an extra, so to speak, position, and we have a need elsewhere, we just move the person. We don't add a position if we've got a spare one somewhere else.
And there's only 3 sections of kindergartens at Sherman right now?
That is correct.
Is yours on staffing?
Current year.
Current year.
Current year.
Yep.
I want to get him to his executive. summary
And
down the list, so I just
do you have room to add at both of those schools, to add a section? I mean, do you have classroom space at each one of those to add a section of kindergarten based on your numbers?
We could do it at Sherman. I think there's one room we could use. Again, it would squeeze some things, and as we all know from the Sherman project, we've got some people being educated in less than ideal spaces, but the good news is we're going to have some new space available for the fall, we hope.
But in Stratfield, you have space? or-
Stratfield is, well, with the renovation.
With the renovation.
Yeah, we're in good shape there. But, this is always tight, and there, not only will come a time, but there has come a time already where because of the space, we are not able to hold to the class size maxes, and my example is McKinley. McKinley, by McKinley guidelines, should be entitled to 2 additional sections. We have no room. So I didn't ask for portables. We're not putting kids in the hall. But the class sizes there are still very good, so I'm not worried about it. But the time could come, again, depending on how the kids distribute themselves, when we have to say to the board of the public, we cannot apply these class size maximums because we simply have no full-size classrooms to put the children in. That could happen.
And the numbers that you have here, are they based on people telling you that they're going to be registering?
No, this was from the MGT
Okay.
report, because we're right now doing the registration.
All right.
It started, I'd say, a week or 2 ago, and it goes for a month or longer. By May, mid-May, we've got a better handle on it. But one of the things that not surprised me, it happens everywhere, is the number of kids that come in over the summer. I mean, if you staff based on your May numbers, you say, oh, we're way ahead of the game. We got 3 or 4 extra classrooms. That's what I thought on July 1st, and by August, we were over. So kindergarten's an ongoing struggle to predict and then to confirm.
Thank you, Dr. Dow.
Are there any other questions directly related to staffing? So I do want to, in a minute or so, turn it back over to Dr. Title to walk us down the executive summary, which will be all the variances. If not, I have one data point, one comment. Dr. Title, can we get, or can you point me to, within the documents, where I can find how many employees were listed at this point in the budget process last year that was presented to us versus how many employees are actually on staff today? And I want the total number, so
We have
including the permanent part-timers, I guess.
But that hasn't changed, so that's the same.
That's-
I will
that's-
tell you, because in response to some comments that the Board of Ed had hired some additional staff, real bodies, subsequent to the approval of the budget, I will tell you that we ran the numbers on that, and that the answer to that is we added a total of .9. And that's from the Board of Ed approved budget after it was cut. So you saw a budget with a proposed, say, increase of whatever it was last year. You know,
Right.
say it was 30, right? You saw that number. Then the budget was cut, and the Board of Ed approved a budget with, let's say it had 20, right? So the Board of Ed is within one of that figure.
Yeah, I'd love to see kind of the
We have it.
progression of, you know, here's what was presented to the Board of Finance,
Yep.
here's what was approved, and here's what was actually done.
We have.
So that we know that we're talking apples to apples on that.
Yes.
The other thing, before I turn it back over to you for your executive summary, because it's not an issue we're going to solve tonight, but I'll speak for myself, it's an area of general frustration that year after year, for my entire tenure on this board, we continue to have debates over the enrollment projections. And we continue to have, it's kind of watching point counterpoint, right? And what ends up happening there is you get a situation like Fairfield Woods, where not only did the school need to be done, but it needed to be fast-tracked because the students were quote-unquote already here. And in fact, we ran into a situation that in the past few months, an issue had to be resolved so that the school could open on time for the 80-some-odd students. So what I'm fervently requesting of both the town and the Board of Education is that we reach some happy medium in terms of your enrollment projections that we feel comfortable planning to and building to, because you guys are miles apart here. And, you know, I'm not a demographer. I don't know that any of my colleagues are demographers. I look around, I don't see anyone raising their hands. But it seems that it always ends up coming between, you know, to our board to kind of arbitrate who's right on the enrollments. And that's not a fair position to put this board in, and it's not a fair planning mechanism for the town as a whole. So I would just encourage the two sides, and I'm not sure of the mechanism of it, but to get together and come up with an enrollment projection that you all feel comfortable with, that you can work on together and plan to. And I don't know whether, is there a process that you're going through to put that in
Yes.
place now? Please enlighten me.
I can
Have
maybe,
discussed it a little bit over the last few months.
we, as you may well know, we hired MGT as a demographer to help us better understand future projections, because over the years, as you pointed out, we were having some issues with respect to those projections. We were usually off for the kindergartners, and we had issues with that. When MGT did its report, we still had some issues, and we're going through that report. In fact, we have tentatively scheduled the March 29th Board of Ed meeting. MGT is going to be back to answer some questions that we as a board have with respect to their reports.
Good, because we don't have enough meetings to go to in March.
No,
so-
I know.
I think we found a night when you don't have one.
I can tell you this, I mean, the Board of Ed wants to get it right also, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we're working hard to do that.
But
Yeah.
here, there's couple
Eh,
different parts to it. And that one is, in terms of a short-term budget projection for next year, that's a relatively easy one to do. Because really, the only question is, what's your kindergarten going to look like?
Right.
And, you know, and that's that's, you know, 1/12 of your population, and you're off a little bit, it's not the end of the world. I think the bigger problem has been, and this is where demographers aren't a whole great either, is when you're trying to do long-term projections, more than 5 years out, where you have no birth rates, and you're trying to project, say, your building needs 5 to 10 years out, that's where the thing gets all over the landscape. So-
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And Mr. Mottola, I know the Board of Education wants nothing better than to get this right. But it is, you know, you have long-term plans out there, long-term facilities plans. You have assumptions coming from the First Selectman's office, educated assumptions. I'm not picking a side in this. I'm saying that it's very disconcerting to sit here and hear this and then have a situation land in your lap like Fairfield Woods. And I would just encourage that whatever it is, we pick it and we move forward with it and we move on and plan towards it, as opposed to point, counterpoint year after year.
Tom, quick comment.
Yeah.
For the budget purpose, I think the MGT thing, in my mind, is a very conservative number. I don't mind using that. When I gave my suggestions here, it wasn't because of enrollment,
Okay.
that I was talking. Their number uses a 5-year average. I have a number lower because births are lower, so the risk is more on the side of dropping than increasing because they use, an average that's a pretty high average up until 2008. So I think you should be in pretty good shape with their forecast. If it comes in lower, great. I think the issue with this disparity, so to speak, and this, difference, and whether we, a third firm would make it, different or not, I don't know. But I think the issue comes more in facilities planning.
Yeah.
And that's where it's going to be a tougher thing to determine how to proceed. And I understand what the board is looking at. They're saying, well, since it's been erratic in the past, let's have extra space. But, there was a time we were closing schools 25 years ago because there was extra space. 10 years ago, we were adding space because there wasn't enough space. And if the cycle comes the other way, you don't want to overbuild. And that's my main concern. But I think it's a valid, issue, and they are trying. There's no question they're trying to figure it out, too.
But I think I think there needs to be communication so that you can stand up and say, hey, this is something that I'm willing to
Right.
plan
And we have,
towards
over the
as
last
well.
couple of months, been talking informally about this subject since the report came out.
Glad to hear it, and we look forward to an update.
Yeah, I
because,
just for
you
the
know.
record, when the MGT report came, all board members had questions about it. And
sure.
I've told that to the first selectman, that we had some concerns with respect to the methodology used. Not that it's wrong, but we had questions about it that we needed to clarify before we could say, okay, we're comfortable with this. And that's what we're doing right now.
Okay. Well, we look forward to hearing more. Mr. Bolito, I know you have a comment on this point.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the frustrating things for us, and I'm sure for you, is that we hire professionals to do this kind of work, understanding that demographics is not an exact science, but if we're going to hire professionals, it would seem to me to make it a worthwhile exercise to follow the recommendations rather than putting in our 2 cents, as educated or uneducated as it might be. The other problem is that while they can give us a total number to give us general trends, it doesn't speak to which neighborhoods are going up and down. Because when you have a system based on the neighborhood school, you kind of need to know where particular neighborhoods are going, and that's something that's utterly lacking in the demographics we've gotten to this point. So just a couple of comments looking forward. I don't know how you fix that or deal with that, but absent that piece of it, I'm not sure how valuable the numbers are as a whole. So
Well,
for what it's
that
worth.
was the big change in hiring this firm, was we wanted
It sounds
school
like we're
by
not
school.
satisfied with it, though.
Yeah, and that is much harder to do.
Understood.
Than at a district level. Predicting what neighborhoods, people are going to move into or out of, and the ages of the people, and the turnover of the housing stock, and, you've got to make assumptions about, will the real estate market pick up, and a lot of these folks who are trying to sell their houses now will be able to sell them, and then all of a sudden, you're turning over, and these houses that were occupied by older people are now occupied by people with families. It's harder to do it. Our kindergarten numbers are 769, this year. The prior year, they were we have 740 in first grade this year. I'm sure that the birth rate was declining long before this, so the numbers seem to be holding. There does not appear to be a precipitous drop-off in the kindergarten population. If it happens, then we have a little cushion.
So what is the demographer getting wrong that we're not comfortable with?
Try that.
Or is that a premature discussion?
Yeah, that's a longer discussion.
Okay, we'll shelve that for now, then. Thank you.
I guess for the record, I'm not going to say the demographer's getting something wrong. I guess what I want to say, maybe I didn't make myself clear, is that we as board members have questions about the report that we need answers to, and we need to better understand it. It's not the easiest thing in the world to understand. So that's why we're doing our due diligence. We could have simply said, here it is, and let's start building. Then you would have had all these questions. We need to understand the report better, to understand the methodologies used, before we can present that to you or to the Board of Selectmen or the RTM. So that's what we're doing. I think we're really doing our due diligence. We want to get it right.
Great, thank you. Dr. Title, I'll turn it back to you for your executive summary. Or walk
All right,
us through the differences.
Right. It's on page 26 of the TAN book, which I see now, Mr. Flynn, you've gotten
Oh,
your
yeah.
tan book. Now you got to go back and forth between the notes and the first one.
I know,
I do the
it's,
same thing every year. I make all my notes in mine, and then we produce this other one, and I got to move them over.
Exactly.
All right, so pages 26 and 27, I think hit the highlights of where the action is this year. The biggest piece of the whole puzzle, as I alluded to in the beginning, are the contractual increase for existing staff. And that account alone accounts for, of the 4.9, 1.82%. And that is also where we're carrying the transfer of the SFSF funds over to the town. And given that there seems to be a commitment to fully fund ECS, I would like to point out that the net cost of this budget to the town, if that holds, is 4.54%, not 4.9%. But at the time we did this, we had no way of knowing. We still won't know until the legislature finishes its work. So that's where the vast majority of the increase is. The transportation increase is a net increase, has minimal impact on the budget. The two biggest drivers there, some of you may remember the famous redistricting/grandfathering. What you've got going on there is a 6-bus increase that we'll have to have in place for 2 years to do the middle school grandfathering, but a minus 10 high school buses out of the picture. So it's a minus 4 buses overall, but there's a contractual increase in there for the contractor has a contract with us. It's a 5-year contract. We're in year 3, or we'll be in 3 next year. We'll be in 3 next year, right? 3 next year.
4 next year. 3
All right.
this year, 4 next
Yeah, we got to pay 3% more to the bus contractor next year. So the net effect of all that is it's pretty close to a break even, but had we not done the change with the high school bell schedule, we'd have to up that by 500,000. That's transportation.
Dr. Sal, do you mind if I just ask a quick question on that item?
Please.
I've read some board members thinking about this idea of, seniors, juniors, if they have a car, opting out of the bus scenario, which I think actually, having some teenagers that are in this situation, has some merit to it. My question is, would that save some bus allocations and possibly reduce a few more buses if that was implemented, or do you not, can you tell yet?
I think I generally am in favor of trying that. The problem is in predicting with any certainty what the savings will be. Because until you do it, not only do you have to see the number of kids that officially opt out of the transportation, but what buses they're on, and can you actually reduce a bus? And for me to pull a number out of the air to say, oh yeah, that's worth 2 buses, I mean, to me, that's fantasy budgeting, and I'm not a big fan of fantasy budgeting. So what I'd like to try to do is, it's a concept we'd like to move on, and we'll put it in place and see what the impact is, and I think that could impact the next year's budget, if we can really get a firm figure on it. There were a couple things like that were suggested that, they may have some merit. So I'm not opposed to it. I just would be very uncomfortable budgeting a savings and then have it not materialize. Now I'm stuck, and stuck isn't good. The utility is actually a savings.
Dr. Title, just
I'm
for
sorry.
a second. No problem, my fault. Just to explain to board members, what I'd like to do is, as Dr. Title goes through these things, just as the first selectman did, any questions, comments, concerns, just raise them on the specific item as he calls them out. And we'll just take them from there. We don't have to wait till the end. That's the way-
Okay.
Go ahead.
And again, there's detail behind all of these, obviously, later in the book. Utilities, we budget the town's rates. What's really happening there is there's a significant savings in natural gas, and there's a significant increase in electricity costs. And the net of that is still to the good, but if you follow the bouncing ball through the budget, that's what's happening. And that's, I think, just how the town has locked into certain contracts.
And Mr. Hiller, this is consistent with the town side?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. We're contracted for our electricity rates through the end of this calendar year. We own our natural gas commitments, or the significant portions of our natural gas commitments through fiscal year, through the end of calendar 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Those are the major components here. There is.
Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Hiller, is that, or maybe Dr. Title, is that consistent with, we have biofuel furnaces and stuff for the schools, right?
we have some
Dual for fuel.
dual,
fuels.
yeah, biofuel, that would
Are
be.
is this number based on us using the gas all the time?
Primarily on using gas all the time. We have this past year used some oil just to burn down some tanks and to burn some, frankly, older oil. And we have some commitments that we have to purchase a limited amount of oil remaining.
So
I'd say at least 80-90% is natural gas projected.
Right.
That, I would say this, particularly with oil prices where they are now, the oil that we are still contracted for is at a fixed price. $2.54 a gallon, I believe, on remaining balance that we own, haven't just taken
While it
delivery
lasts.
of.
All right. Can resell that to the townspeople for a profit, I think.
We try.
Okay, moving on.
Any other questions here on utilities? Let's go to medical
Okay,
benefits.
you want to?
Not really, but go ahead. The question is, do you want?
No, we're, we are showing an increase there of 10%. So as much as that is a painful area, it isn't that we just held it the same. There is some of the positions that were paid for by the SFSF. Oh, I can't wait till this thing goes away. The SFSF funds contain benefits, and so we have to then put the benefits back into this account. So it is what it is. Do you want to hear more or not?
Yeah, I want to, yeah, everyone okay? Everyone-
Can I just,
Mr.
on that
Flynn?
point, because this was one of the questions I asked Dr. Title and Bonnie, I'm not sure I got actually feedback on this one. There's about $400,000 of budgeted monies in all the grant accounts for health insurance that the grants would pay for, but that wasn't in the page reconciliation to get to the 23 million of it gross. Does that mean, in effect, we have some slack? In other words, there's an extra budgeting item in the grants for 400,000 that could go against this total, or?
No, Ken, we can include that under, I think I did respond to you. It's included under other income revenue.
Okay, no, I was looking for it, but
Yeah.
you gave me a lot of stuff back,
It's
so,
right.
which is good.
We
It
break,
is in there.
we collapse all of that together.
Thank you.
So let me address it quickly. And I'll just give my 2 cents about the funding of this account, which I've been working with Aon for 8 years, same 2 people in my prior job. So I've watched this in action. We know they're overly conservative, and at the same time, when we were reviewing the town, the renewal with Ken and Paul and others, I noticed that we had, what, in my view, was an unusually low stop-loss coverage of $150,000. My last district had a group size of about 400. We had a stop-loss of $250,000, and Aon was fine with that. They were fine with that for years. We have a group that's 3.5 times that size, and we were carrying $150,000. And we were paying $953,000 in premiums for that. And so floated the idea at that meeting that it looked to me like there was some significant sort of cash savings up front, and based on our history, very little risk that we were going to run a negative number there. And so I suggested to the board, we had an extensive discussion about that. Now, we didn't carry any additional expected paid claims for that for a couple of reasons. One is, Aon gave us several numbers for that. We got a number from Anthem that was about a couple $100,000, and true to form with Aon, they said the number's closer to 440. How they came up with this is anybody's guess. But Anthem are the people that process our claims. At the same time, the number we got from Aon contained a couple things that appeared to me to be initial projections that were off by at least that $200,000. One is they put in there $137,000 additional cost for the Obamacare no copay if you go for a WellCare visit. Right? Now, we have 1,400 people on our plan. That means every single person on the plan has to make about 6 WellCare visits to the doctor to get to that number. This is not people getting sick. This is, I go for my physical, and instead of paying my $15, I don't pay anything. It's a lot of visits. That's just way over that number could easily be off by $75,000, $100,000. And it's a guess, because there's no experience on this. So that was one thing. Secondly, Aon is very good at, and will probably between now and the end of the year, renegotiate some Anthem fees. They do that. They've not done any of that yet. And it's very likely to expect a savings. It may not save the day, but certainly will get us toward the expected paid claims number. And the other thing is, the way we budget our own health benefits for our new staff and for staff turnover is incredibly conservative. We budget basically the full boat for somebody as a new employee, when typically our new employees tend to use less health care than the people they're replacing. And I happen to think that's one of the reasons the Aon projections are off so often. So we're carrying a big number there that probably doesn't pan out. And so for all those reasons, really felt that we could carry the stop-loss number at a higher number and not have to go into playing around with the expected paid claims. So that's that piece of it. And, you know, the board had a discussion about this because this is all risk tolerance. This is like, you know, your deductible on your car. Are you a person who wants a $200 deductible or you want a $1,000 deductible? And depends on your tolerance for risk there. So that, I just wanted to talk about that piece and the rationale for that. If you want to get into my rationale for why I recommended the fund balance, then I'll do that, but I will stop in case you don't want to go there.
Mr. Walsh had his hand up first, then I'll go to Mr. Flato. Anybody over on this side?
So based on some of those expected savings, you're not, there's no expected claims number that you are showing that we're going to be hitting any type of budget here, even though the fact that we're going from 150 to 300 on the ISL, correct?
Correct. That's right.
Kind of a
Didn't carry
risky,
another-
it's kind
well,
of a risky thing.
It's risky, except for that I believe that there's some built-in structural overages in a couple of those areas that will more than cover that. Forget about the fact that they're always way too, I mean, they've been off by an average of $1 million a year on our expected paid claims. And just in the month, now we got another one that you passed out, right? Oh, okay, we got another, you know, the latest update, I think it's out there somewhere, you know, we're
A little better on the town and.
600,000 to the good in 2 months from what the initial projections were. So, yeah, there's risk, but I think it was, you know, again, reasonable people can differ on this.
And if we have a bad year, where does that money going to come from?
That would get paid out of the,
What?
The Internal Service Fund
Right.
Reserve balance.
Which is already going down already pursuant to the budget.
Yes,
So it would get hit further.
yes.
well, but your $550,000 premium for the difference in those two is coming out right off the top. Right?
Yeah, I guess, Dr. What I'm having a problem is that I understand the $500,000 savings, and trust me, I would love the whole $500,000 savings.
550,
But-
actually.
550, but I just had an Aon representative come before this joint board a couple of weeks ago, who, when asked that question, we were posing the question to him about the expected paid claims portion of that, and whether it was rational to assume that there would be no claims above the 150, he kind of was in a difficult position, but said, I think his quote was, "We don't put that number in there for our health," basically. He's just like, you know, there's a reason we put that number in there. And you could say that they're conservative. I can understand that they're overly conservative, and he admitted that they were conservative.
Yeah.
But there's conservative, meaning I'm going to give you a number like $400,000 on what your expected claims is, and
Right.
putting zero in. And, you know, maybe that number should be somewhere in the middle of those two areas. I'm just concerned that we're having a zero number in there, and we're hoping that Aon's able to negotiate Anthem down as part of the savings, because it seems to me as though the district's expecting some number to come in on that. I mean,
Right.
I guess you couldn't look at us and say,
Right.
I expect, Jim, there's going to be a zero number. No one's going to come in above $150,000.
Correct. Right. You're right.
So it's just, to me, I would prefer a more conservative approach where we at least budgeted something in, and it's troubling to me. Thanks.
Well, we're already 600,000 ahead of the projection right now, so you're right. It's a matter of risk tolerance. I mean, I agree. I'll have to say that, and again, we didn't pin them down on an exact figure because they don't like to do it. when I asked them at point blank in a private conversation, are you comfortable with a group our size having this level of stop loss? They said yes. Then they got out in public and they hedged, okay? But, because if they had said to me, no way, looking at your group, looking at this, looking at that, there's no way you should take this is a reckless move, then I'd have thrown my hands up and said, all right, we're stuck with the premium that we have. But that isn't what they said. And so that's where we are. That was the rationale for it, but obviously, people have a lower risk tolerance or think it's too big a risk. I respect that.
Mr. Flato, and then I'm going to Mr. Bolito.
A question more for the board chair, if you don't mind, John.
Sure.
I won't go through the whole history, but obviously you know that many of us were surprised by how much of the reserve was used. Would there be a commitment at this point from the board that if the number that's in here in the budget for health insurance is here, that if there's any savings or that if there's any board review after this budget, that this reserve will not, this number will not change in any way, shape, or form, given what you've heard from the town boards about the leanness of the reserves at this point and the fact that those reserves were dipped into without the town being aware of it. And I really need that commitment from the board.
I mean, I can't speak for the whole board, but at the outset, yeah, I'd probably say yes. We would make that commitment.
And I agree with that. I mean, part of the rationale here was the issue that happened last spring was so difficult, not from the reserve fund point of view, but because I've had this happen in other places where you get cut a number, right? And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, this money appears out of thin air. And there's been all this gloom and doom talk about what will happen if the budget gets cut, and then poof, you find 1.6 million or you find $1 million. People go, what's that all about? So to me, I was trying to plan forward and say, look, I don't want to do that. I want to be in that situation. If I say that, this cut is going to cause certain things to happen, I'm not going to come out at the end of the day and say, oh, we found, the $1 million, because I think that it strains the credibility. Forget about the reserve fund. It's just not a good practice. And so that's where I am on it. And again, I want to point out that the board didn't actually take money out of the reserve fund. There was no transfer of money out of the reserve fund. This is about putting less in over the course of another year, and perhaps, if the Aon projections are right, draining the fund over time. But it isn't like the board went in or would, at the end of the year, go in and grab money out of it to say balance its books. It's not like money was withdrawn from the fund, so to speak. It's not. Okay. Only the first selectman can take money
Is
out
it
of it.
separate from this?
It's on this.
Up until last month.
Go ahead, Mr. Brockman.
Could somebody, I heard a question between Mr. Flato and Mr. Mottola about some kind of asking for an agreement between the two of you on, I just didn't understand what was transpired. I was hoping somebody could summarize it. It sounded important, and yet I couldn't tell.
Well, the short version is, the district had built up a reserve the last few years, and part of it emanates from an agreement that Ann Clark and I made 3 years ago, that they were worried if we switched plans that they might be underfunded, so we agreed that we would be responsible for the downside to that, but we would get the upside to it, and if there was an extra reserve, I could transfer it to the town other accounts. And if you remember, the last 2 years I said at these budget hearings, well, we've got extra on the Board of Ed side, but we can use it to offset the town side, so I wasn't that worried about the town having a slight deficiency. But that reserve ended up being drained, whatever you want to call the word, by under-budgeting last spring, and, by seeking to use a little more of it this coming year, the board, in effect, took that extra reserve money and used it. So, the reason I asked the question was, I think if we accept the level they have in their budget, which has an assumption of some of that reserve being used toward next year's medical needs for the district, that if they do have any savings, if they do have any needs, that they won't look there again, at least for the next year, without coming back to us next spring and talking about it.
It's kind of like a lockbox you're talking about, that concept.
So, and I think the chair is saying, that was a reasonable thing to.
The fund balance, I hate to wade into this. June 30, 2009, the board's fund balance was about $4.4 million. Budget was developed in December of 2009, the estimated balance for June 30, 2010, a year later, was $4.3 million. Okay? Then all this back and forth happened, you know, it's just like this, right? It's like Lincoln's second inaugural, and then the war came, all right? Then the war came. That number, in other words, of $4.3 million, as of the December Aon report, June 30, 2011, the current year, the balance is now estimated to be approximately $4.1 million. So whatever draining of the fund has happened, just following those numbers across, forget IBNR and all that other stuff. After all the ups and downs of the projections and the taking of the money or the not taking of the money, at the end of the day, the June 30th, 2011 fund balance is going to be $300,000 less than the June 30th, 2009 fund balance, and that's not including the latest little upswing we got. It'll be quite likely that by the end of this year, without a major change in trends, the number will be about the same.
Where was it in June 2010?
In June of 2010, it was $5.2 million.
Right, the missing fact pattern there is that in July of 2010, a rating agency noted that our fund balance for the internal service fund was dangerously low. Is that correct, Mr. Hiller?
Right.
So you went from 4 to 5.3 and then back down to 4 after.
Right.
After
Right. The
rating
intervening
agency noted it was a problem. That's the
Right.
concern for this board.
Right, I understand. I
I got to go to Mr. Bolito because he did it next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is going back to the claims experience and what you're anticipating going forward. With the Obamacare situation where there's going to be no co-pays for well visits and preventative care visits, do you anticipate that that's going to impact your claims experience going forward? Whereas if people don't have to pay for the visits, they might be more inclined to go more often for preventative care.
Well, it could have a favorable effect. I mean, that's not factored in here at all, that if people actually go for their well care visits, there might be an early detection and a savings. That's, of course, not factored in here at all. This is simply the cost of what we would have collected in co-pays at the doctor's office for those visits that we're no longer able to collect. We have a collective bargaining agreement with every unit that specifies a level of co-pay, and many of which have co-pay for well care visits. Quite frankly, if it saves one large claim because of early detection, it more than pays for itself. But even if it saves nothing, to assume that there'll be $137,000 additional drain on the fund for 1,400 people defies even my, just general sense of reality.
Understood. I got you.
That's my point on it, and that's not the only place they do this. I've watched it for years.
That leads me to my next question. Why are we still using Aon?
I would love to go out to bid for a different firm. I think you could get a better deal from somebody else.
I would say that we talked about personnel in both agencies. I think they're sharp people. The issue is the real issue is the negotiating with Anthem and the providers, and they have over time gotten significant concessions, I guess is the right way to put it, in those negotiations. But it has been a while, since the two organizations looked at that.
There's definitely competitors in the field that are well-respected.
I think they've just been conservative, which isn't necessarily, just as you all like us to be conservative, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but...
I mean, this is a place where I actually agree with Ken that they're overly conservative, right? I mean...
Mark it down, it's...
Right. Right. We don't agree on enrollment projections, right?
Yeah, on 80% of the stuff.
I just don't take quite the risk he does.
Should we stop now?
That's it. That's right. Hold the
Mr.
proceedings.
Kiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is an important topic, and I don't want to be on this topic all night because we have a very important budget to discuss, but something stuck in my craw from last week's meeting. During the course of our presentation, when, I forget what night it was, last Wednesday, I think it was, somebody at this table made a comment along the lines of one of the reasons for considering using some additional funds in this reserve to help balance our budget was that we were concerned that the town might take money out of that budget in the future. And I don't remember which person made the comment, but
That would be
was-
me.
That was the basic context
I
of
have reason to
comment.
say that.
And that's fine, and that's a fair.
Not so.
and-
The only time, by the way, we've ever taken a small amount out of that was to replenish what we fronted the board when they were short a year, 4 years ago.
All right.
So
I made the
And that's
statement.
good. And
Okay.
I'm not here to debate that topic.
Okay, okay.
I'd like to talk about the concept. If the fact that the Board of Ed or the Education Administration is concerned that the town might swipe that money, for lack of a better term, and you're worried about that, and that's weighing into the budget decision-making process that you have, I would suggest, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'll leave it for the attorneys in the room, that you go back to the letter that is dated in October of 2007, and you refer to paragraph 12. And it quickly says, "This agreement may be terminated by written notice of one party or the other, provided at least 1 month of notice is given to the first selectman.
Right.
In the event of a termination, the full amount of the board's account from the town's risk retention fund, including 1 month's reserve, shall be forthright under the custody of the board. However, the amount in excess of 1 month reserve remaining at the current fiscal year shall remain for the exclusive use of the town." If I'm reading that correctly, that tells me that if you don't like this agreement, then you can cancel this on May 31st of this year, have no risk because there's only a month left in there anyways, and then you guys can work together and communicate and put together an agreement, if need be, that works for both parties.
Well, I don't read it that way.
No?
First of all, the 1 month notice is prior to the date of the board's budget submission to the first selectman. That month has already passed.
Last January.
That has to be that month. I thought it was any month, the way I was reading it.
No.
No?
But clearly what would happen is then the board would,
Okay.
at the end of that, so we would give note, the way I read this, Kevin, and
Okay.
it's a good point, that yes, there's an opt-out clause in this agreement.
Right.
And that, so 1 month prior to the board's budget submission to the first selectman, which is February 1st. So we would have to opt out by January 1st. And then it would expire at the end of the year. Whatever was left at the end of the year above and beyond the 1 month
That's the
reserve would
piece that
revert
would
to
be
the
at
town.
risk. Okay.
That would revert back to
Okay,
the town.
all right,
All
all
right.
right.
Now, I happen to think that the long-term solution to this is to have the town manage the whole fund, and then the whole thing goes over either on a separate fund or on the town side, and then we'll still send our money in, and we'll, based on the expected paid claims from the board, send over our employee contributions, and then the first selectman and the board can fund the balance at whatever dollar amount you see fit. And I think to me, then they don't have to worry about it. Who's taking money from whom? It's all one pot. Consider it one pot. Put it in one place. You still, I think, have to keep the books separately because we want to be rated on our experience, okay? But that's fair. We could just do what we're doing now. There are boards of ed in towns that do this. We would not be the first. I know Mr. Hiller has researched it. He and I have talked. This is not a brand-new concept. But it seems to me, if the town is treating this as one large fund, in other words, that we're not independent actors here, was the message I got, right? That simply keeping our reserve at a healthy level was not really in the town's interest. That there was more to it than that. And given that, we have sort of line item control, and that's frustrating, maybe it is better to just have it in one pot, whether it's separate or somewhere else, and we'll still collect, we'll still negotiate good contracts, and then the money really does become all the town's money.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
That would be my solution.
Mr. Flato?
And everyone thought of it as, believe it or not, the process was fairly, collegial, and it was really meant to be working together. That's what evolved out of this, and I'm just going to read an excerpt out of a letter that Ann Clark gave the board 4 years ago. In April, May 2006, the first selectman pursued an option of moving the Fairfield Public Schools to a self-insured medical plan. He requested to meet, discuss with us. In the meeting include Jim Lee, the chairman of the board, Bob Mayer, as a representative of the Board of Finance. It was agreed that in moving to the self-insured medical plan, we'd be able to reduce our operating budget by $800,000 from that savings. It was also agreed a memorandum of understanding would be developed to address the concerns expressed, by the board and their representative in the central office, so we felt comfortable with this new approach. And then we did this agreement, which was circulated to the board last spring when they were discussing, what they were doing. It wasn't meant to be contentious, and I think it was just, a surprise. The only reason it became a little bit that recently is because of the surprise we didn't realize, none of us were focused on the board's actions after the budget last spring. And, so, well, if you want me to read the emails asking why did this, you want me to read the emails? Asking why did this subject come up? I had no clue. Gee, what's this about? How come you want the copy of my policy? From Ann, well, the board might leave it alone or request, there were questions about it, and this time the board might want to vote on the policy. Thanks, that's okay. Some of the board members are interested in trying to find how we found extra money it didn't need as much as first projected. But I had no idea, the steps that were being taken. And that's okay. I'm not, I'm just, it was one of those things that just happened. The intent wasn't bad. It just affected this reserve fund more than we expected. And now we got to deal with it. So, we're all in the same boat on this. So, and I think there's nothing wrong with trying to revamp this and work it out, for the future in a cooperative way.
Mr. Walsh, and I do want to bring this back around to the current budget.
Want to go to the next line in the executive summary?
Well, no, I do have a question on the
Okay.
calculation on the page here, but go ahead,
Okay.
Jim.
Dr. Title, if you were okay with moving this fund over to the town side, are you going to allow the town to dictate what the ISL is to you then? Because technically, then we'd be responsible for that, so we would tell
Correct.
you what ISL the town was comfortable with doing.
Right, because the
Okay.
town would be funding it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to
absolutely. I
clear
mean,
that
you
up.
could, there's a lot of different choices on ISL, and there's also aggregate stop loss that you can consider. I haven't had time to dig into that, but, there's individual stop loss and there's aggregate stop loss, and there's combinations of that, and, absolutely. I mean, really, at that point, the town bodies, or, as a whole, would decide the level of risk and the level of funding in the account, and I think as long as we maintained a separate accounting for claims, I think it can work well for everybody.
Okay. There's been some discussion here tonight where the first selectman stated that, if we cover your downside, do we basically get to keep the upside? And what concerns me about that conversation is I feel like we're like at a, Vegas table here, and it's a complete gamble. It's basically, it sounds like the town's willing to take the over on this because we think you're going to be over on this, and that, we're willing to take this risk. And I think that's a little bit risky. How does Paul, as the chief fiscal officer, and Ken, as the town's executive officer, how do you feel about them going to an ISL of $150,000 with not putting any money in the town budget?
300,000, Jim.
300,000, excuse me, without any expected claims number in here?
You want to take a stab or you want me to do it? It's up to you.
I guess my concern is to, right now, for 7 months, we have $183,000 in claims that have exceeded the stop loss for the Board of Ed. That's a 7-month figure. And so that's something that we were there this year. That savings would have been diluted by that number with still 5 months to go. And so I think, clearly there is a number out there. They have had, up until this year, they've had very, very good experience. Conversely, the town has not had good experience on those numbers over the last 4 or 5 years. To give you some idea on the town, which is a group that is,
Well, Paul, you're not changing the town, right?
well,
No, but you're not changing the town. You're at 150,000, you're staying
no, but
there.
we've had 506,000 claims in excess of the stop loss for a 7-month period. So, I mean, there is risk, and it really gets into a question of risk tolerance as to what this board and the Board of Education is willing to assume.
Mr. Flato.
I would just read from the agreement. The budgeted amount to be entered into the Board of Ed budget in all future years shall be the prior budgeted amount plus an annual health insurance increase based on the trends, which will be mutually determined by the town and board's jointly agreed upon outside insurance consultant. So we agreed that we would build a budget off the consultant's recommendation. Now, I think Dr. Title came up with a great idea, and was at the meeting when Aon said they felt reasonably comfortable with making that change. And it does save some money, but I think that if they're recommending that the Board of Ed put a few $100,000 in for those excess claims above 150, the board should adjust their account and put that extra couple $100,000 in that health insurance budget. And that was the intent of this agreement.
Okay, and
Mr.
right,
Plato, what do you feel like they should do?
Well, I think I think to take the savings of $550 without putting a few $100,000 into offset for some claims was taking, was taking a kind of an inflated savings. So I think it should be the net number after some assumption for some claims over 150. And that they should have built that into their projection and said, here's our health insurance account. So my gut would have been that that budget should have been bumped up by a couple $100,000. But it may be, again, because of the recent experience showing some savings this year that that'll offset. But I think they should acknowledge, some estimate from Aon, whatever that number should be. I don't know.
If I can.
I do have to say that I'm just a little concerned with the Internal Service Fund total fund amount going down, and that this exposure is going to be there to potentially lower it more. And basically, since one of the rating agencies has already told us that they're extremely concerned at that amount before the number was lowered, the potential for it to be potentially put that at risk further is extremely concerning to me. I mean, it worries me, to be quite honest with you.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Can I just,
Mr. Denny.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one thing? I just want to make it clear that at our board meeting, Aon was sitting right over there, and I just want to make this clear, they were comfortable with the stop-loss proposal that Dr. Title was proposing. Now, I'm hearing things that after the fact, they're questioning it, and that's a concern I have, because I want you to understand that we vetted this.
Mr. Mottola, please don't take anything.
I'm not taking it personally.
No.
The question is Aon, there's a question about them if they're changing their mind
But, John,
within
they
a short
didn't-
time period.
They are comfortable with the change, but they didn't realize there wasn't any budget for the excess claims.
Exactly. They never said don't do the change, and they in fact said that they thought that the change would save money based on the projections they had. What they did tell this joint body was that they didn't think by virtue of their schedule, they didn't think the total savings would be the 550 that was built in. And I think Mr. Walsh raised the point earlier. When we asked them, they had two numbers on the page. One, I believe the high number was 440, and the other one was in the $200,000 range. And when I believe it was even Mr. Walsh who asked them, what are those numbers there for? Would you say they shouldn't take the savings? And he looked at us and said, I didn't put those on there for my health. Was, I think, the exact quote.
I just want to say that I think with anything that we use underwriters for, they determine premiums, they determine copays, they determine all those things in healthcare. And when we look at some of the things that we've been talking about over the last week, like workers' compensation, how one claim can just take something way out of line, I think that we pay these people for a reason. And if we think that for some reason they're being overly conservative, then I think we should follow what Dr. Title said before, which is to go and get that documentation and the evidence and show us the evidence that that's what's happening. Because I know you've been dealing with them in another community for a long time, but we're here now, and that doesn't hold it. And I want to ask one other thing. The risk retention fund, when that money, you said you wanted to make clear that you didn't take that money, that instead just not as much money was put into it. So essentially you retain the money, is what you're saying, because you had control of that money and there was an expectation as to what was supposed to be put into that fund. And when it didn't get put into that fund, then basically it was going against the agreement that Ann Clark made with the first selectman. And I'm not here to vilify you or your board and or to say that Ken did the right thing, whether he did or not, or whether you did or not, isn't the case. The case is that there was an agreement. What you did affected the town adversely. And we really need to, Ken's been outfoxed in this, if you didn't know about it. So.
That would be a first.
Well, no, it wouldn't be the first. It would not be the first.
It was a
But let
first.
me just tell you that
No, it wasn't.
I don't enjoy the semantics of we didn't take the money, because retaining it is the same thing. And I just think we need to really look hard and long at what they recommend and take their advice. We pay them for a reason. They get paid big salaries in the actuaries. They take a lot of math and they do a lot of calculations. So that's what I want to say.
Thank you. Let me go back to, I share Mr. Walsh's concern because of the 1.9, because of not having enough in here for changing the stop loss, as well as we heard the other night, and some people were here, some weren't, about the workers' comp issue, which is another issue where it looks as though, at least in the current projections, it may be low compared to the experience that we're now seeing for this year, and which is projected, I think, Mr. Hiller, to continue into the next fiscal year. All that being said, the line item before us on medical benefits, here's a question I have on the buildup of it. It's going up 10.59%, okay? Mr. Hiller, that's very close to what the town side is going up, correct?
Yes, roughly the same.
Yeah, the answer would be yes. It was
Yes.
somewhat
Yes.
rhetorical. Okay, so here's the math I'm trying hard to figure out, right? So last year you were down 1.6, okay? This year you're down 1.9, okay? So in terms of utilization of reserve, okay? So that means you quote-unquote saved $300,000 additional this year as compared to last year in terms of funding, okay? Here, I'm trying to reconcile the two numbers, okay?
Which, the 1.9,
The 1.9 is the savings,
right.
okay, that
so-
you're taking from the
right.
reserve, or that you're not adding to the reserve, however you want to do it.
Right, we're not
Right.
contributing as much to the reserve.
So you say 1.6 to 1.6, all else being equal, the delta's 300,000. You have a cushion of 300,000 there, okay? What, let me walk it through, and then we'll see.
Okay, I'm listening.
All right, so you got a delta of 300,000. Then you turn around and say, hey, because I'm saving the stop loss, I got another savings of 550,000, okay? And, oh, by the way, my experience is better, so presumably I've got a better savings there, okay?
Right.
What I don't understand is, with 300,000 in additional savings, 550,000 in change because of stop loss, that's an 850,000 delta, right? Plus there's some other better experience. I don't understand why you're still going up 10.59% if you have all those savings already factored in. Because the town side is just going up 10.59% without any of that factored in. So it doesn't pass my smell test on that side.
I don't know how the town calculated its figure. I mean, now I can't compare it to that.
Paul, I
mean,
would assume it's what we're doing now times 10.59%.
So I think one of the things, Tom, these things are, and as I indicated earlier, we received late this afternoon new projections from Aon through
I
January.
want to know I want to stick on what's in the budget page. What's in the budget
And I
page for
think-
the
I think
town
they're-
side?
Might be easy to
Your budget is
reference
built
that page.
on-
I don't.
169.
November experience.
I'm sorry?
Your budget was built on November experience,
Yes.
and there has been an improvement in the last 2 months running.
No, I get it. I get that, okay? Let's not change the fact pattern. These were built on the experience as of that time, period. Put a pin in that, leave it, okay? This budget book says that it's going up by 10.59%, okay? They added staff. Did that staff equate to 850,000? No, they added staff down below. That's a separate line item, actually. No, benefits for new-to-budget staff is down below. So I checked that earlier. Thank you, Linda. So what I'm saying is, how did it go up by 10.59% if you've got all those savings already built in?
Well, we start with the expected paid claims that they give us, and then we go from there. Expected paid claims plus the insurance expenses, right, come up to a certain figure. I guess my short answer would be that that figure would go up even more had we not.
Okay, but
Right.
that would indicate that your experience is worse than the town side because your percentage increase is higher than what the town is going in.
I don't, again, and in order to make that comparison, I would have to see the town's budget in relationship to the renewal that Anthem gave them, because it's possible that the town is not fully funding its health insurance.
You're down by.
I don't know. I'm not saying they are or aren't.
Yeah, you're down by about 1/10 of a
Right.
percentage point, I think, Paul,
Correct.
right? Which is how much?
Correct, and a lot of that was really just on, and I think Dr. Title has addressed this, was basically our history of realizing that they were budgeting very, very conservatively, and that we would be
Yeah,
able.
but the town doesn't have a good history of accurately
True.
doing that because you're underfunded there, so.
Correct.
But the point is, you guys budgeted at 10.5 something, or
Yes.
Linda can look up the number, and you budgeted 10.5, right? But yet you've got all these savings going the other direction, and it's not showing here. So I really think, in order to nail this down, you got to pin down how is all that other savings accounted for? Maybe there's some upside in there.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I think it's always, without looking at the towns, we look at, because we know we build this off of the Aon, renewal sheet, right? And then Bonnie takes it and does the profit and loss summary on it.
Understand. But
right?
I
I don't know whether the town does that and what the experience for the town has
I
been
think-
and how that would work.
I mean, if I could, you're just talking about the school side. I think the only thing that they've used as potential savings is the stop-loss difference. So
But it would,
so
but it would indicate, see, here's the problem, Ken. They've used more than that because they've also used 300,000 in additional reserve. And all night, it's been represented, I have no reason to doubt this is true, that their experience is better. If their experience is better, then that 10.59% should be less than the town side.
But
If it is, there's 800 and some odd thousand dollars worth of savings that I can't
But I
find.
think what I'm trying to say
I'd
is
love
that-
to find it.
But I think, I hope, no, they
Hope
didn't.
you're right.
They didn't yet
Me
use
too.
their experience savings the last few months in their budget number.
No, that's correct.
So the budget number in the book is prior to that year-to-date savings, which if it lowers the base next year, will be a savings next year. So, in other words, while they did use, trying to find the right word, the reserve and bring it down to a one-month run-out, if that savings extrapolates out into next year and the base is lower, then that one-month run-out should
He's going from
increase back 600,000 or
He's
700,000.
he's going from 1.6 to 1.9 utilization of reserve. I'm just taking the delta of 300,000 and saying all else is equal. So what he did with the reserve is already off to the side.
Right, but well, my point is the 1.9 that they anticipate having left in a year and a quarter, hopefully will be some amount higher based on the claims experience trending lower.
I get it. It doesn't answer the calculation question.
Right, yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, Tom.
With the amount of snow that we had in the last 2 months, and the number of doctor's appointments my mother had canceled over the last 2 months, I could assure you that if we have a heat wave in July and you have a lot more people getting
very close.
sunstroke and going in, you might lose that $600,000. So again, it's an average. It's not a monthly balance that we meet, exactly.
Right.
Can we look, we're not going to resolve
Yeah,
this
I
sitting
understand.
right here.
I understand.
But can we
Try to
look at that? Because
reconcile
I'm
that.
wondering if there's not something there
Yeah,
that's
be happy
being
to.
missed in the overall calculation.
Right.
And if it is, it could be to everybody's
Right.
benefit.
I mean, there is a phrase in the agreement that says, "The board's and the town's accounts and the risk retention fund will be fully funded in the normal course of business as of the first day of each fiscal year."
Right.
So if we have an obligation to do it, so does the town.
Right.
Okay. We're trying.
I just wanted to ask a question. I was trying to go between page 26 and 169. And I can see the budgeted amount for the 11-12. Okay, but for 11-12, the 16,362, 633 is the same
Yes.
on both sheets. But then when you go to the prior year column, there's a little bit of a difference in the budgeted amount. And then the new staff number is also different, and then there's no new staff number in this year's. So is that part of what's making that difference?
I don't know. I think we need to, we may want to just try to do this offline and
Okay.
Yeah.
with some number crunchers in the room and
Yeah, we have another night to come
Sort it
back,
out.
and I think
Right.
this would be a first follow-up
so
point
see
for
if
the
we
second
can,
night.
see if we can
Yeah.
address it.
Because this could be fairly significant.
Yeah, I mean, could be that in the course of everything that this won't hit the fund as much as we thought it would.
Okay. All right, any other questions on medical benefits right now? Mr. Bolito, thank you for being patient.
No problem. Just a comment, actually. I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. At some point, we need to have the discussion about whether it's worth it to be self-insured, whether the cost savings we get from being self-insured weighs more heavily than the lack of cost certainty we have. We've spent a lot of time talking about this. A lot of administrative angst happens over this, and I think we really need to have the discussion about whether it's worth it. So I'll just leave that out there. Thank you.
I can, and just in response to you, Mr. Polito, I had a conversation today with my counterpart in the town of Greenwich, who is fully insured at this point and is going self-insured, and their analysis is in the savings of 6 to 8% by going self-insured. And I would
And the
I would
state's doing the
presume,
same
when
thing
we had
now.
looked at it in the past, those are roughly the savings that we would, that we would pay 6 to 8% more by being fully indemnified on this.
Understood, but we'd also at least have a certainty about what our costs are rather than trying to estimate all this stuff. So
Only for a year, because if we have that bad year, guess what? They hit you in the reserve, in the premium the next year. And that's what they experienced, which is one of the reasons we
Okay, that's a fair point. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments on the medical benefits? All right, seeing none, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be right back, okay? Thank you. All right, welcome back.
Watch out, his coat's on.
Watch out, his cuts.
It's getting warm.
Now it's getting serious.
That's it.
The proverbial hot seat.
You know, at 10:30 the tie comes off, and then after that, that means it's too late.
Then
That means time to come back next Wednesday.
it gets ugly.
Then it gets ugly.
Okay, so moving right along, let's get on to the pension, other insurance, and Social Security line item and continue on down.
All right, so the big item in that line is, of course, the board's required additional contribution to the pension fund. Same problem the town has.
Yep.
We're carrying the line item from Mr. Hiller. I will point out that Bonnie rebid our disability coverage and on the board side and saved us $209,000, so that's built into that number. So we
Great.
thank you, Bonnie, for that one. It saves some people their jobs. I'll stop on that unless if there's questions.
Mr. Hiller, the one question, does the pension contribution here tie into the other pension discussions that we've been
It
talking?
does, and the figure that's embedded within this number is, in the town budget book, is in the spreadsheet on page 313 of the town budget book, which is the one we discussed the other night.
Yep.
The Board of Ed would be contributing $1,711,000. And school lunch, another amount, which isn't reflected here, obviously.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on this line item? All right, seeing none, go ahead, Dr. Tom.
Okay, special education, I think this requires an explanation. We have, and looking at some budget history there, consistently overexpended our special education out-of-district tuition account. Don't know the whole history behind that, except for that in the 09-10 year, the board was able to cover that with the one-time ARA funds. And so that netted out, and there was no harm, no foul. The current year, we're experiencing the same overage. Only this year, there is no ARA money to cover it, and we are, scrambling to reduce that. And I think we're going to be okay down the road because we have some other savings in special education, and looks like excess cost is going to come in a little higher than we expected. But basically, over the years, according to my historian in the Special Services Department, the board at one point used to build in some additional out-of-district tuition students who are not presently here. That practice stopped, budgets got tight, it was a risk, so you would budget for no additional kids net, and then invariably, and this happens in other districts as well, that number doesn't hold. Several things account for that, because like we know the kids, how can we not budget for them? Several things happen. One is that between the time the budget is built now and next year when we spend it, kids move in and out of the district, frequently in, and sometimes they come in with out-of-district placements that we need to honor. So that happens. It happens everywhere. The second thing that happens is there are students. We have a number of programs in the district for students who would otherwise be placed at private institutions who are currently in district programs, specifically in the area of autism. We call them the SSC programs. They're at different levels. And those are very cost-effective programs because we're educating the kids in the district instead of paying a very expensive tuition. However, sometimes, for whatever reason, as we move through a year, a student doesn't work out, something happens, that placement isn't working, and we need to outplace the child. No idea it was coming. It just happens. So that's another thing that happens. The other thing that happens is, at any given moment, we're in various discussions, I'll use the term, with parents about the appropriateness of placements. There's a resolution process to that, mediation. Ultimately, you can have a whole due process hearing. And parents who want placements changed, we enter into the mediation, and sometimes we think the placement that they're in is appropriate, the parents want an outplacement, you negotiate a settlement, or you go to due process, and that can add to your load. So that accounts for why you can end up with 5, 6, 7 additional placements when you actually run this budget as opposed to what you build your budget on. And tuition at these schools tends to go up much faster than the rate of inflation. It's been running around 5%, because, quite frankly, they can charge whatever they want. There's not a lot of competition in the marketplace. So that's 5% of a big number. And so that is where we are is basically, if we were to budget simply for the kids that we have here, and we've accounted for 6 additional placements in this number of our kids who are not presently here, then what will happen is the same thing that happened in the last 4 or 5 years. We'll overrun the account because there's not much you can do about it, and then we'll have to freeze money here, take money here, not do a maintenance project, not buy technology, and so forth. So my point is, let's budget it realistically. We know we're going to spend the money. Let's not build a fictitious budget and pretend that Tom Cullen really has this much money for maintenance projects where we know he can't have it. And let's not pretend the principals have this allocation when they really aren't going to have it because we know we're going to need it. So it's an effort to try to budget closer to where the money is actually spent. So this is the reverse risk of what I just talked about, right? Because you could roll the dice and say, no more kids, right? And budget, say $500,000 less than this. Our experience, unlike our stop-loss experience, is the opposite. The experience is we net more kids, and it's not for lack of predicting. So that is what's going on there. So this is an area that is highly volatile. Some placements run as high as $200,000 per placement. And so that's the rationale for it. So here's a place where I'm risk averse. That's the basic. Now I should also tell you, because I know this came up last year, so I hear these stories secondhand, so I feel I'll deal with it. 77% is the number. So that's the answer. What's the question? What did we use for an estimate on excess cost for next year? We used 77%. We don't know, of course, what the state will do. Last year, I know this was a debate, and money was held aside in a contingency account, right? Obviously, from my planning point of view, I'd prefer not to do that, because then we have a whole series of hoops at the other end. So that's the number we used. We're disclosing it. It's in the budget. If we get word that we think that number is going to be higher and, we want to then offset, we can. If we think it's going to be lower because that's going to take a hit because they had to fund ECS, that's the crapshoot part of this account. So
Thank you.
that's my take on that account.
I'm going to go to Mr. Brockfeld, Mr. Walsh, and Mr. Brown.
Thank you. Quick question. Could you just walk me through, or maybe Andrea, on the ARA money? How much ARA money did we get last year in the current year, or in the current year in the budget? How much dollars?
We have that in the book.
I know it's somewhere here.
Yep.
I'd rather ask you.
Yeah, we'll find it for you. Give us a second.
512,000.
I thought it was around a half.
That's SFSF money.
Right.
Okay.
There's 3 different pots of ARA money.
Right.
There's SFSF money. That's the money that's going back to the town next year.
Right.
That's your little windfall. Then there was ARA IDEA and ARA Special Education, ARA Title I and ARA IDEA. So the special ed piece was the ARA IDEA that was page 8.
Under federal grant.
I'm sorry, say that again, please? Right,
Middle of the bottom section under federal federal,
right.
and you see ARA IDEA Part B,
2.2, right.
2.238, and then below is a $92,000 ARA fund that came through IDEA for the preschool population only.
Right, okay. So around $2.3 million, something like that, right?
Yes.
Is that money in the overall budget, taking this to the big picture for a second, is that $2.3 million considered part of last year's budget, this year's budget? That's always the most difficult part of this, this year. This year's budget, when you're talking about the 4.9% increase overall?
No, that goes back to the 09-10 budget. Right, but I believe it was expended.
Most of it was expended.
It was expended. You were allowed to spend it over 2 years.
Right.
But because of these big overages in special education out-of-district tuitions, my understanding is that it had to be spent in that year.
And we're finishing up some projects related to it, so there are little bits of money that are finishing up projects that we allocated that had nothing to do with covering the tuition. But we ended up taking a large portion of the ARA funding to cover tuition, the overages
But I
in
guess
tuition.
my question is, and maybe I'm not asking it right, I don't know if Mr. Flynn, I saw nodding, so maybe you understood my question better than I did. I'm just wondering, I'm trying to understand, in other words, to me, the ARA funds were a one-time or a two-year
Yes.
bonus, from, the way I was described, literally a bonus from the
Yes.
federal government. So I have some concerns, which is not really the point of my question, about the fact that it was used for what sounds like regular stuff, which is the expected overage of the outplacements. So that's a separate issue. But in terms of the base budget, it doesn't sound to me like, and maybe it's correct, that it doesn't belong in the calculation of calculating the increase of the overall budget.
It's not in there.
From A to B. It's not.
Yeah, there's no funding cliff associated with this particular ARA pot. We're not making up for this $2.2 million somehow in this budget, except that we now have to fund.
But,
Well, you are making it up.
Well, we're making it up in the current year as well.
Right.
Right, and what I'm saying is that what we're doing in the current year, you do not want to repeat next year.
Right.
Not good budgeting practice.
Please.
Yeah.
Because I'm a little.
Okay, so 2 years ago, you had this funding. This year, you did not have this funding. Therefore, you had to make it up. It begs the question, when we look at the piece of paper here, it says there's a 25% or $1.1 million increase. That's obviously because it's comparing the budget of this year versus your quote-unquote accurate budget of next year, right?
Right.
So what's the true delta in what you're going to spend this year versus what you're budgeting to spend next year?
About 500,000.
So it's still going up 12.5%.
Correct, because there's 500,000 for the existing kids, and then there's another 500,000 for new placements not yet here in the system.
Okay, you lost me with the last part, because you
Right.
just said the true delta is 500,000, and then you
In the
gave me-
current year.
Then you gave me an explanation for $1 million.
Right, because we've got to get to the million that's in the 11-12 budget.
Well, okay,
Right.
so let me take a step back.
Try again, okay.
Yeah, it's a do-over. And might just be I don't understand it. So this year, in this year's budget, you're saying you're going to spend $4.348 million, right? That's in this year, the current year's budget. Okay, I'm just reading right off the page here. And you're actually saying that the actual expenditures for this year is going to be, are going to be $4.848 million,
Right.
right? So you add that in and say, okay, that's because we budgeted poorly as to what the expense is going to be, right?
Right.
Okay. So the differential between the current year and next year is a growth of 500,000, right? 600, which is roughly 12.5%.
Right.
What accounts for that $500,000 year-over-year growth?
That would be for, so you take the number of students we have right now that are outplaced,
Right,
which is 68,
okay,
all right? The cost of carrying those forward, for lack of using that term, all right, is about $500,000, okay? So if we just had the same 68 kids next year, we would need to increase our line by 500,000.
that's what you're saying you're doing, though.
Plus, we're adding for 6 additional placements above and beyond that are unknown at this time, in the event that there are additional students above and beyond those 68 that come in and require an outplacement, and the 3 to 5% increase in the tuition on each of these. So those are sort of the
That's
two.
$1 million, that's not 500,000, right?
That accounts for why the budget number is going up $1 million.
Well, that's the budget, that's the million for the budget.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to explain budget to budget
That's
why
not
it's
my
going up.
question. What I'm trying to explain is actual to budget, and the actual
Right.
to next year's budget is 500,000. And if I hear you correctly, you're
Right.
saying that the 500,000 increase in the budget year over year is due to an allowance for 6 more children.
That's correct.
So it's roughly, help me with the math, $80,000 per
So,
pupil?
yeah, we
on-
did the 4.5 times, you know, the ceiling before the state kicks in on the on that.
Is
Excess cost,
$80,000.
yeah.
So 6 more children that would need to be outplaced will cost an additional $500,000 there.
Well, that also includes the inflation on the tuition fees for all these schools.
What's the assumed tuition inflation?
3%.
And what's that based on?
What's it,
Well, it's a
history?
very conservative estimate.
Yeah. History of what they've raised their rates at on an annual basis and what some of them have told us for next year their rates are going to go up. We have a sheet, I think we shared with
Does
the
that help?
first selectman.
I have a follow-up, but
Okay.
Maybe we should show them the student by
Okay, you
student
have a
count.
follow-up to this, because I have.
Do you want it, Dave?
Okay, let's go to Mr.
Yeah,
Brockfeld,
that-
then we're going to go to
I'm
Mr.
gonna-
DeWitt for a
I'm gonna,
follow-up.
uh,
then Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm gonna take some liberty, and even though I'm just a little bit over 1 year tenure, I said that in the first year, there's no stupid questions, so I'm gonna ask.
You've broken that rule.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thick skin, you can say whatever you like. I just want to get back, actually, I'm glad we discussed that, because that was actually my second question. But I still want to go back for a second, though, just to make sure I understand, and I think Bonnie's the person I want to address it to, is, I wish I had the numbers in front of me, I apologize. We're talking about well, actually, I have it right here. We're talking about a budget, an approved budget from 2010-11 of, I think, of around $141.5 million, right? And a proposed budget, and we could talk either less to 500,000 SFSF or not, of around $148 million, right?
Correct.
Okay. The 141,571 that is last year's budget,
Oh, go on, Andrew.
does that 141,571 include the ARA funds?
No, it does not. That's our operating budget. That's the money that we get from the town.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the ARA funding.
Okay, so
Those
the
are
ARA funding
totally
was
separate.
was supplemental to that.
That's correct.
So.
As is
yeah,
everything on those pages that we were just referring
Good.
to, 7 and 8.
Gotcha. Okay,
Those are
so I
all
think I understand that.
supplemental.
So it truly is apples to apples.
That's
Well,
correct.
Good. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Is it a follow-up, Mr. Walsh? Okay. No, mine is. Yeah, Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Dr. Title, I'm a little confused, too.
Okay.
You said before, we're not going to put teachers in where we don't have students in the budget, but we're putting in students where we don't have students in this particular line item, to the tune of $500,000. 500,000? Yes, right?
Right, in that range. Yeah, because,
Confused with the logic there.
right, because historically, over the past 4 to 5 years, that's been the number. And we've never budgeted for it, and so we're always caught short. And so it seems to me prudent to look at that history and budget for that, and that's the logic behind it. This is where an individual student, and again, it doesn't have to be 6 students. One or 2 placements could take up this money. And so that's it's just a history of constantly overexpending this account and trying to correct it.
Mr. Walsh?
Can I have a follow-up to Mr. DeWitt's question? Is there a way for you to provide us a 5-year history of what you've budgeted for special education and what you've been over? So we can see that there's been a complete history of that and what that amount has been, because you're asking us to fund 6 additional spots that we don't know about. And I respect that, and I appreciate the honesty, because no one's ever really, I've seen, explain that. So I would like to see the history, if you could supply it on a one-page sheet, to show us, based on your analysis, what's been really going on, because you're new now, and I appreciate that, I want a realistic budget. And so I'd like to see that same history, too, before we agree to just throw $500,000 at 6 spots, and, to see
I will
that.
say, currently, we're contemplating 3 outplacements as we speak. So just to give you a sense of how this happens, from October, when we build a budget, we're already thinking, we're contemplating, I have 3 outplacements that are being contemplated right now for next year. So it's not
An exact science.
it's not a process that's easy to do 18 months in advance when you're talking about the individual needs of kids. And these are kids who were known to us in October, but things changed for them.
To Mr. Walsh's point then, and to show that, can you append the information you have on those outplacement
Sure.
here's what we
I'm working
assumed,
on the
here's what we
five-year
ended up.
average right now. I'm just
Okay.
making sure my numbers are all accurate, and we'll have something for you on the 5-year, and then I can show you what happens. I can give you some information
Yeah,
about
just
that.
put it on the same.
I
That'd be
think I
great.
should point out that line itself, that 1.1 in that line is not 100% tuition. It's about 900,000 attributed to tuition. There's a couple other lines that have also historically been blown out of the water that we're trying to incrementally get closer to reality. But that's the biggest nut.
No, we appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
Thanks.
Bracco?
Just a follow-up on that. Totally applaud you for trying to be proactive and budgeting for what may or may not happen and what you even think you have a lead on what may happen. Wouldn't this be I guess I would talk to Mr. Hiller a bit to this, wouldn't this be a perfect item to put in contingency as opposed to budgeting and allocating $500,000 and then potentially having friction between the town and the Board of Ed about what happens to that money if you don't have those additional kids? I mean, we did it with the ECS, and I'm just worried that we come back here next year and we start grilling you about this, and, well, we did 4 kids, and
I think it's hard in this particular account because when we say we budgeted for 6 students, tuitions are vastly different. A student's tuition can be $35,000. A student's tuition can be $350,000. So conceptually, when I was asked to conceptualize how to look at how to address this for budgeting purposes, I thought the prudent way to go about it, and Dr. Title and I talked about it, we looked at the history, we looked at all of that information, and we thought that the best way to conceptualize it was to look at kind of a median tuition range for 6 kids. But as Dr. Title said a few minutes ago, that whole $500,000 could be consumed by 2 children. So next year you could say to me, well, how many more children did you send? And I would honestly say to you, 2. But those 2 could consume a large amount of money. So it's hard.
or not.
Or not.
Right.
Or it could be 9. I could say 9, and it could live within that $500,000.
Yeah,
So I think it's,
I think we're off of qualitative and now onto quantitative, I think a little bit, right? I mean, there's no question that both by law and morally, we're going to send the kids who need special needs to the special schools. The question is what actually ends up happening and whether we should budget for it and spend it, or whether it should be put into a reserve, thank you, and then released to you as needed, right?
I can tell you with absolute certainty that there has never been any dollar flow out of the tuition line to any other line. It's all been tuition.
You never budgeted it properly, according to what Dr. Title said.
Well, in the last,
Well, I wouldn't say never. I would say in the past 3 to 5 years, we haven't built in the cushion for unknown students. Because of as the budgets got tighter, we became less able to make that, to give us any wiggle room for students that were unknown to us at the time, and we went to a straight budgeting of only kids we knew, and a slight bump in the tuition line for increased tuition at those particular schools. So that's where the change came in the budgeting process. And I think when you see the historical outline, you'll see how different it became.
so now I'm a little confused philosophically. This is a bigger question than just this. So when I cut it really close to the vest and take a risk and slice it real thin, there's a lot of uncomfortableness around that whole thing. When I try to build in a cushion for money we're actually going to spend, it's going to end up in a reserve fund that I have to go get through 5 committees. I'm confused about what the philosophy of budgeting should be so that I'm doing it the right way. I'm just,
I can give you an answer, at least from me,
Yeah.
on this, is that one of the things that, everybody goes through a process when they're new to a board like this, you're
Yeah.
new to your job here in town. What I found most interesting joining the board was that the way we budget and the way the relationship between the town and the Board of Ed is versus the way we budget and the relationship with everything else. And
Right.
what we do here is we have these very, very meaningful and thoughtful hearings, and there's a extensive give and take of information, and we do go through this on a line item basis, but at the end of the day, we approve a budget number for you
Right.
guys, and you're then free, I think legally, to do with it what you wish. And there's no accusations here, but.
Oh, I understand.
And so, by budgeting a cushion, which is conservative, is responsible, I don't think anybody would argue with that.
Right.
The concern, I think, I'm speaking for myself, but I think the concern would be that if it didn't end up being that number,
That I have money for those kindergarten teachers that Mr. Kiley was worried about.
yeah, but I don't think that's the way we want to run a budget, right? I mean, I hear you, but I think, you know what I'm saying, I mean, this is a case where you're asking for $500,000 for something you think may or may not happen. And by the way, we're taking a risk if we do it my way as well.
I understand.
Because if it turns out to be 800,000 rather than 500, then we'd have a hard time not giving you the full 800.
Right.
So there's a two-way street here. I'm not claiming it's better or worse. But anyway, that's the answer to your question. I knew you were
All right.
going to come to that, and it's a fair point. But I don't think it would be a problem if the budget relationship was the same as it is on the town side, where we have total control on the line items across the entire
That's fair.
budget. Yeah.
I'm good with
It
that.
took you less than 3 hours to get there, too.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on this line item right now?
Yes.
Mr.
Flynn.
Walsh?
Dr. Title, you said that you have budgeted in 77% for the ECS. Last year's amount, what did you budget and what was the actual amount for ECS? What percentages and what was the receipt of those?
I wasn't budgeting that year. I think Bonnie will, that was the debate, right?
Yes.
Right? I believe the spread was about 12 percentage points, because you set aside about $328,000, which, given that we get in the 3+ million range, it sounds like a spread between 82 and 70.
Yeah, I
That's
believe it was-
exactly
They
what
were
it
around
was.
70, we were.
So
was
so I
around
think we're carrying
82%.
82, which
That's
also
correct.
would mean that this, part of this increase is that difference between 82 and 77. Would also account for some of that difference. So this year, we have a preliminary estimate from the state, based on the first filing, that the number is going to be around 80, but that means nothing until the second filing gets paid. And so by early May, we'll know exactly what it is this year.
So your budget was 82%?
Correct.
Okay, so you're still going to be under that.
Correct. It looks like it. But again, you can't predict these things till the second filing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Board members? All right, we'll go on to the next line item. We actually did do a fair amount of discussion of new staff.
Right. That's,
Any
yep,
questions or
that's it.
comments?
I don't,
Okay.
that's the net, that's staff new to the budget, not necessarily new bodies being hired off the street, okay?
Question on this, though. We should really look at the next two lines together, the new staff and the benefits.
Right, right.
The benefits are running at 30%.
That was my, remember when I said to you, I think we have an incredibly conservative way of budgeting benefits for new staff? In fact, Bonnie and I had this conversation that they take, well, you could explain it, but it's a big number. We're carrying a big number there, which I think in part explains why we don't fully use the Aon figure. It's not all an Aon thing, right? And then I think that, and again, that was another thing behind this, don't even want to get back into it. Why I didn't think we needed to add to the stop loss, because I think this thing is probably too high, but evidently this was, Bonnie can explain it, some understanding about how it should be done. There appeared to be some direction about that previously. Bonnie, do you want to explain that?
Yeah, let's,
Just a quick question on that, Mr. Chairman. Is a contributing factor to that number being so high as a percentage due to the fact that folks that might be leaving the district or retiring are on family plans and more expensive, and more single people are coming in that might cost less?
this is.
Well,
gonna help.
it's the percentages, you're looking at a percentage of the salary.
Yeah, that's
okay?
what I'm referring
So,
to.
yeah, so what happens is, the cost of your insurance is the same whether you're a first-year teacher making the minimum salary or a top-level teacher. We budget on the low end for our teacher salaries. We budget on the MA Step 1 or Step 2 low, relatively speaking. So you're looking at an average salary for a new employee, new certified employee of just say $52,000. Okay? So if your benefit package is running 17, there's your 33%. The person who's retiring, who's making $90,000, their benefits cost the same, and so your percentage would be lower. But maybe Bonnie can explain how she arrives at the figure, or is that?
Yeah, how'd you
That-
get the
that's
30?
plenty.
Yeah, how'd you get the 30%? But, yeah.
No,
Right.
thanks.
How'd you
Well,
come up to
it's-
17,000?
It's, I can give you exactly what I gave you last year, because you asked me the same question last year, and I can give you the same worksheets.
I want to see it again.
Right
And I'll
there.
give you the same worksheets again.
Good.
To show you how we come
Sure.
up with it. And the way we do it is we look at each one of the bargaining units, and we take an actual month's worth of what did we pay in that month? How many individual, two-person, and family contracts did we have? And we come up with an average for that bargaining unit. And that becomes the cost for the medical benefit package, for the teachers, for the custodians, for whatever group we're adding benefits to. Then we also have to add in, this doesn't include just medical, this also includes our Social Security and our pension, and for the teachers, it's the FICA Med portion that we have to add in for all new staff of the 1.45%. So we do it in a grid, just like I showed you last year. We space it out over all of the new staff that we have. We make assumptions if the entire FTE count may not be totally benefit eligible because we know certain things about how those positions are going to play out. We don't budget the full amount of FTEs, but we budget an amount that equals what we think we will have by number of bodies adding an insurance benefit package at the end of the day when we hire them. And that's how it works out, and it's just the way it worked out last year, too.
And we're happy to do it on a different formula.
Yeah.
That results in a lower number.
And in truth, we've done it this way for a very long number of years because we were asked to justify, come up with a formula that what everybody would agree to would adequately fund benefits for new employees. So this is what we evolved, and this is what we've been consistently using.
Good. Thank you. Let's go on. Anybody else have any other questions on that line? Next page, technology capital expense. Dr. Tyler?
Yes, and there's quite a bit of detail on this in the budget. Basically, the biggest item in the technology capital expense is the final phase of our switch replacement process. Now, switches are expensive. I don't 100% really know what they do, except for the people that really understand the stuff behind the walls tell me that if we don't do it, when you click on Internet Explorer on your desktop, it won't open. So once we get that off the books, then I think going forward, we're not going to necessarily have to improve the number in this line and be able to start working our way through other technology priorities. So this is an area that I believe we really have some room for growth, but I also know that it's not something that our budget could withstand a significant increase in, and I thought this would move us along. And the details are all back there, and I'm happy to go through them or with people. The 172, they're telling me, starts with technology capital request, hardware. Yep.
Questions,
Our goal
comments?
is to try to deal with these inequities. This goes back to 7:05 tonight when I talked about inequities. The only way we can deal with inequities in the provision of technology resources across the district is to bring this to a central funding source and then try to incrementally march our way toward it. So we are making some progress on that because Fairfield Ludlow High School is way behind Fairfield Ward High School in terms of multimedia projectors. So that's an area we're trying to bring them up to parity. But in other areas, we just can't make a move on it this year.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Bolito. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the switching project, I'm looking at the details, a cost of $450,000. I have somewhat of a working knowledge of this, but I'm certainly not an expert, so I might be, completely off base here. But when you go with Wi-Fi, do you need switches?
That's beyond my area of expertise. I'll defer to somebody on the staff. Nancy's
she
here,
is.
so all right, we got it covered. So we'll have Nancy Burns explain the details of switches because she appreciates them.
Good evening, Nancy.
Thank you very much. So tell me about switches. and
Switches.
all
I'm
that
looking
fun
at it as a
stuff.
$450,000 line item, and
Switches are those non-sexy things, as Dr. Tuttle likes to call them, that are in the closet and provide communication from your computer to the hub, if you will, which
Right.
is in our central office where the servers are. Wide area networks run through switches. So think of them as sort of the box behind the wall that sends the communication signal to the appropriate place, and make sure that when your question goes out through your cable out of the back of your computer, that the answer comes back to your computer and not somebody else's.
Okay.
Okay?
Now, local area network technology, because I know in my office we have something similar to this with a router and a modem, and, you know, basically there's a switching mechanism. If you go wireless, where you have a wireless router, would you need this type of switch in order to effectuate that? You
Absolutely.
would still, okay.
Right. What the wireless does is it replaces the jack, you know, the actual outlet in the
Right,
wall
right.
where that cable plugs in. That's
You
what
still
that-
need the switch, though.
You still need the switch to direct the traffic.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much. That was helpful.
Questions? Mr. Walsh?
Dr. Title, there's no smart boards in this budget, correct?
That's correct. Just the replacement of the ones at Stratfield for the project, we're just putting back to what they have, but there are no additional smart boards in the budget.
Okay, is that a change that you or the administration has made in regards to their usefulness, whether you're going to continue to put them into buildings? Is there a smart board policy that's going into effect? Can you just address that issue? Because usually we've seen smart boards
Right.
in other budgets.
And in early drafts of this budget, there were smart boards, till I slashed it to get it down to this number. And one of the reasons that I decided to take that out was not because I don't think they're valuable, but because we did not have the time in preparation of this budget to come up with a game plan, a plan that made sense, that was defensible in front of all the town boards for why we're rolling them out, how we're rolling them out, and so forth. So initially, there was an attempt to try to place, and this was mostly an elementary issue, okay? Try to replace some of the smart boards in some of the schools where they were way behind. Our smart board installation runs from 25% in some schools to 75% in others. So we have a big inequity in technology availability. So I think we do need to address it. I think we do need to try to get up to speed, but we just weren't able to put together a plan to my satisfaction and how to really convince me that this would be used in a systematic way with the delivery of our curriculum. I don't want to put them in, just say we have them. All right, so we didn't have a time, to be honest with you, ran out on, you know, if we're going to go forward with this, are we going to say our plan is, say, next year, all fifth grades will have one? And then we're going to really tailor our curriculum implementation, you know, and do our training in fifth grade? Or are we going to do kindergarten? Or are we going to, you know, there was just not time to work out a meaningful plan. Since we had no meaningful plan, I said this is an easy cut. And it's not, but it does not mean that I'm backing away from readdressing it in a future budget. And once we get the switches out of here, we got a little headroom to deal with it better.
Another question in regards to technology. Over the last couple of months, several members of the public have contacted me regarding the use of iPads within, I don't know if it's instruction or whatever. Is there, I don't see any in this budget. Because
Right.
Are there iPads being used within either instruction or administration or whatever? And are there going to be more in this budget? I don't see any in here.
Yeah, that was actually one of the projects on with the ARA money in the special ed area. Right, that was one of the big projects. It's really working out well for students with special needs. That's turned out to be a very good investment. But at this point, there's no plan behind the scenes to roll out iPads, you know, beyond that. We may get there, maybe something that, by the time we do next year's budget, technology will probably change again, and we'll have to deal with it. But there are no iPads in this budget, and right now, there's no sort of long-term plan to roll them out, you know, for every kid or anything along those lines.
So the current iPads that were in, I guess, last year's budget are being used for, in the special education area for instructional purposes?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions, comments on this line item? Mr. DeWitt?
Everyone on this board asks this every time, but, you know, the, on the town side, the IT guy is asking for $176,000 of computers and printers and stuff like that. You're double, a little more than double that. Synergy there, getting better prices. You're buying 464 of these personal computers. He's buying $60,000 worth, so I got to imagine that's not just two. Any synergy?
Right.
Any benefit to the IT department?
Go ahead, Yeah, Nancy.
We work in tandem. Right now, the town is actually using the bid that I provided a couple of years ago that we've renewed for the last 2 years. So Don and I work very closely together to try to keep things as synergistic as possible and to get economies of scale where warranted and where available.
And I do want to commend Nancy, did a lot of work on that a few years ago, and it's worked real well, and it has been joint bidding.
Great.
Questions, comments? Let's go to technology services.
This is this is a bigger, this is not as big an increase as it appears, because if you'll read through this, there are some items that have been moved from other parts of the budget into this line. One example is we now are moving into a printer contract for our printers, similar to what we have for copiers. And so all the costs of laser printers are now being absorbed into the technology department, whereas previously it had to be budgeted out at the school sites and was part of their allocation. So while the line shows an increase, in fact, that is not really an increase. And the other piece is that there were a couple of major pieces of software that we use for assessments that had been carried in the instructional area, and they're now being carried over in Nancy's department. So when you really boil it down, other than there's some contracts that have some escalators in them, this is really offset by savings that you see in school allocations and instructional supplies, services, supplies, and textbooks. There are no major changes in technology services contemplated for next year.
How much of the 297 is related to what I would refer to as reclassifications of expenses year over year?
The printers were 144, and the software was about 90,
70-something.
70-something. So those two for sure. That's pretty close to all of it.
That's about
About
230,
230, yeah,
230
right.
out of 290,
Yep.
300. What else? Is there?
Is there anything else, Nancy, do you remember?
There were escalators in some of our contracted maintenance. There's about $10,000 additional in professional development for training because we've had to build that up as new technologies have come. We were sort of behind in keeping our staff up to date on some of the new things that are out there.
So those are actually new spending, right, Nancy?
It's additional spending to, yeah,
okay.
right.
So really the reclassifications are the two other items, right?
Right.
That's correct.
So that 225, 230, whatever worth of savings is foreseen in the school allocations and then the instructional services right below? So it's part of the 650 negative we see below, is that right?
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
The biggest thing in that line is that's where all those early literacy tutors, the permanent part-timers, that's where they were budgeted. So
Yep.
that's the big decline.
Yep.
Remember, they were not in the staff because they were not in FTE. So that's jumping ahead, but that's
Yeah.
more of an explanation for that line. We're not really cutting money to instruction. It's just a classification of where those staff are.
There's another $30,000 related to instructional maintenance. That's the account we use when things break that we didn't replace as part of the replacement plan, the 300-odd machines we were talking about. To give you an example, our technology budget was cut, it has been cut for several years in a row for, fiscal reasons. This year, our instructional maintenance money was gone in November. And I discussed it with Dr. Title and said, I can't, it goes to that true budgeting. I could put any number in there, but the reality is that we are 3 years behind our regular replacement plan. So things are going to break. We've done some interesting things. We've, instead of replacing computers with new computers, we're using refurbished computers to try to elongate the time frame we can get out of them and also, reduce the cost. So we're trying to be innovative with what we're doing. But that $30,000 is just indicative of what we've been what we have to do in reality.
Thank you. Questions, comments on this line item? I have, go ahead, Mr. Walsh.
Sure. In regards to the amounts that you were asking for last year, and then it got reduced, the amount that you actually expended, Was the switch program one of the big areas that was cut?
No, the
The
switch
expansion.
area, the switch budget was not touched. It was the replacement plan that was, for the most part, cut. Smart boards were cut. There are probably a couple other things I'm not thinking of right now.
We put in the budget book sort of a history of cut in this account.
Page 175.
There you go.
Yes, and I was noticing the $326,000 cut, so I was just kind of trying to get a sense of what was cut from last year that you're kind of trying to catch up on this year.
It's mostly the replacement plan, especially when you start talking about the town versus the Board of Ed, if you will, as far as technology is concerned. We have almost 5,000 devices in this district, so if you think of that, we need to replace, if it's a 5-year plan, 20% of those every year, and we're not doing that. So we do reevaluate every year how we're using them, where we're using them, what do we need, what don't we need, in trying to make sure that we're not just asking for it because we already have it, but because we still need it for instruction or for administrative purposes. But we still use them, and we use them a lot.
Thank you.
Mr. DeWitt?
Just a quick point on page 175. Much to Mr. Brockfeld's point before, you get one big number at the end of the year, and the Board of Ed tells you to cut that line item. So, again...
It's a
you have to-
choice.
You have to, right.
Right.
So
It's like
that-
maintenance.
That is a Board of Ed decision that
Correct.
you, the first selectman and the Board of Finance took the budget down a certain number last year, I forget what it was. But that's a Board of Ed decision to cut technology, correct?
Right. Oh, absolutely. You know, it's a matter of the priorities, and you're right.
Mr. Kiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may, Nancy, go back to the PC replacements, the 464 personal computers for $336K. What is that typical machine? What is the configuration? Is it new? Is it refurbed? And what's the basic?
We're basing that particular group is they're brand-new machines under, what we have done is sort of piggyback the state contract, but we beefed up the configuration of it. So it's for the most part, there are some Macs in there, but for the most part, they're Hewlett-Packard PCs, Pentium 4s, at least, I think it's a 160 gigabyte hard drive. Remember, we don't need the hard drive size that a consumer might need because we're using servers for the most part, and that's where the data is stored.
Right.
4 gigs of memory, a decent video card. I mean, we're not talking a gamer level card.
Right.
What am I not thinking of? A DVD burner and player, because teachers use them all the time, as do the kids these days. And then a 17-inch LCD monitor.
Okay. And just as a quick follow-up to that, that's what I would call in my world an average machine. That's
For
not
the
a
most
high-end
part.
machine. It doesn't have 6 or 8 gigs of RAM or a terabyte for a hard drive or all the other bells and whistles that you can buy. I mean, a consumer today can go buy one machine with all of those bells and whistles and exceed every one of those components that we just talked about, $600, $650. And that's buying one at a time. So I guess I'm confused as to why we can't get a better price than $725 per machine when I'm buying 464 of them.
That would be the bid process that the town requires us to follow, and that was the bid response that we received, and that was the least expensive bid response we received. And the computer costs roughly right now about $594, and then the monitor's about $125, and those prices vacillate up and down roughly $50 or so, or at least that's been the history over the 3-year term of this contract. I think we're heading into year 3 this next fiscal year.
So
That's
it's
the reality of what we're
It's
dealing with.
It's bidding process driven versus consumer price driven.
That is correct. It's the difference between retail and government.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's a whole other issue for another day.
Yeah.
Purchasing policies.
I have a question for you. I'm going to refer to the First Selectman's memo from earlier this evening. In the memo, he wrote, and I'll address it to you first, Mr. Flato, and then maybe the Education Administration can respond. The second page, the top paragraph, basically, there are a few areas of proposed budget that I feel can be adjusted. Technology is one of these. The area benefited from other sources the past few years, with over $600,000 in technology purchases spent this year using stimulus funds. I won't go on to the rest, but it's saying that perhaps a cut of $500,000. Question is, the adopted budget here was $950. A, does that include $600,000? And B, how much are we going to spend in that this year?
The 600,000 probably refers to the iPad project with the ARA money, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you were, I'm assuming?
We bought $600,000 worth of iPads?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of netbooks.
No.
There's a lot of other stuff.
Yeah, it was the netbooks. We bought mini computers as well as a small number of iPads.
Okay, so is the technology spent here, this $950, does that include those amounts related to the $600,000 in stimulus funds?
No.
No.
Okay, so where was the other $600,000 spent? Was it spent? I mean, is the first selectman right in saying there was $600,000 spent in technology?
I think it was about $500,000 out of ARA. There was $100,000 out of the open choice program last year.
I'm not asking the funding.
Yeah.
I'm asking, I'm asking for the dollar amount, because right now it's represented that we spent $950,000 in technology. The proposed
There's
was
some backup I can pass.
1.8. Where's the 600?
The ARA funding, we spent $500,000 on assistive technology in ARA. All of the technology was devoted to assistive tech for children with disabilities, and it ranged from a netbook project where we put small netbook computers on carts in each building so that students with learning disabilities could access digitized text and other software packages related to assist their disability in leveling the playing field independently.
Where is that expense recognized in the current budget?
Where is,
It's not.
it's under the ARA on the federal funding. It's part of what we spent that ARA
Okay,
funding
but does
on.
it go through, the ARA funding is listed in the revenue side. Is this on the expense side as well?
Yes.
It was expended in 09-10.
Correct.
So it was expended, okay, First Selectman, you have it saying it was
Yeah,
expended this last year,
Well, no, I
right?
just said there was about 600 between ARA and other things that they spent out of grant funds to supplement technology and to buy a whole bunch of things, because I signed a lot of the bids for them. It was over the last 18 months. I mean, I could go back. I believe some of those bids were this year, some probably were a year ago.
I'd
but-
like to know, did it run through the operating budget somewhere?
No, it's strictly grant-funded stuff that they bought in addition to all this technology in the operating budget.
Okay,
But the technology, I really need to redirect you to, the technology plan is separate from this assistive technology purchase. There were pieces of assistive technology devoted to the unique needs of certain children with disabilities in our district.
I understood it.
So
Yeah, no, I understand that. And what you would be saying then is that funding, okay, that money is not included in either the 1.3 that you asked for in '09, Nancy,
That's correct.
or the 1.8 that you asked for in fiscal year 11?
That's correct. It wasn't
Okay.
part of that at all.
So is it included, however, in the funding that you have, Andrea, in the special education area
for the 11-12 budget?
for prior year's budget?
No, it was part of the ARA funding. It was an
Yeah, but-
ARA project. It had nothing to do with the budget.
But that's a
Was
revenue side.
supplemental
Where's
to
the
the-
expense side? So the expense side is not included in here.
Yeah, there's some sheets we could give out with the backup. I mean, I'll just give you an example. 14
But-
netbooks at each elementary school times 11 schools,
Right,
25 netbooks for each middle school.
Is it in the 141 of spending, is what I,
No,
No.
okay, so the ARA funding is separate from the
above and
140.
beyond.
Okay, so why are we using the reduction of the ARA funding as a problem here?
We're
If it's
not.
above and
We're
beyond?
not.
We're not using the reduction in ARA funding at all. The first selectman brought up the expense of, that we had purchased $500,000 worth of technology as a
I'm
methodology
sorry,
for
I'm
a
not-
decrease.
Yeah, I'm not using that in terms of the technology, I'm using it in terms of the overall budget. One of the things of the overall budget we were saying is, one of the additional pressures is the ARA funding, the ARA.
Not
funding.
this one.
Not this one.
Part of it.
It was the $500,000 our allocation was partly used for staffing.
The state
Which-
fiscal
Well,
stabilization fund.
This SFSF is one pot. The special ed funding that we're talking about, some of which was used for assistive technology, some was also used for cost overruns in out-of-district tuition. The total ARA funding was $2.2 million.
Right, but
There
it's,
were a series of projects.
and of the 2.2 million,
Right.
fair to say that 600,000 of that 2.2
Was used
went to
for,
these?
went for assistive technology projects.
$500,000 was spent on assistive technologies, yes.
Yeah, in 09-10 this is.
Not this current budget.
Well, some of it probably carried over, but over the 2 years, yeah.
It was what we did with the ARA, if you recall, and certainly if you go out onto the school district's website, all of the projects that were funded through ARA, their proposals are out there. So you can see, I mean, obviously, when we got the money, we took some time to be thoughtful as to how we were going to spend it. But the assistive tech fund, there's actually a small chunk of that original $500,000 still available that we have planned out for the remainder of this year, and that includes a lot of staff training. So there are pieces of that that are not all technology. That project includes professional development, includes software, hardware, some innovative work, which is where you got the iPads. We were able to look at some of the potential for iPads, and it's extraordinary potential, and I'll be happy to take in a field trip if you'd like. There are certain things that we tried to do, which was really the intent of ARA was to spur innovation. So we took that quite seriously and tried to do that. But it has nothing to do with, it wasn't $500,000 that was set aside to implement the technology plan of the entire district. It was over and above, very different from that.
Does the technology plan of the entire district, however, encompass special education?
No.
So it's not a technology plan for the entire district, it's an entire...
It doesn't cover assistive technology, but it does cover those pieces of equipment used in resource rooms for special education educators, administrators, that sort of thing.
What happens when these assistive technologies break? How do we replace those, and where does that funding come from?
Typically comes through the IDEA grant. We have a small piece of money that we put in there every year for replacements, for fixing, for monitoring the individual kids' devices. Because all of these devices are allocated to individual students based on their unique needs.
So, Mr. Flato, what they're saying is the $600,000 in technology is not...
It's not directly this specific, but obviously, with technology enhancements, the district wouldn't have been able to do if they didn't have the extra money, so it did fund a whole bunch of extra. I mean, there's about 200 netbooks the district has that they didn't have 2 years ago. You know, how they're being used.
200 what, I'm sorry?
Netbooks.
Netbooks.
You know, which is great, I suppose. But
Right.
I know we don't have them on the town side, but
200 netbooks?
11 per elementary school, 25 per middle school, and a whole bunch in the high schools.
We bought carts, for example, each elementary school got
Yeah.
a cart of 14 netbooks. Those 14 netbooks are used for special needs children. For example, this week with CMTs running, those kids need access to assistive technology in order to take that mandatory examination. They use those netbooks for that purpose. They're pulled out for small group instruction for kids that may need remedial reading. There's specific software that's loaded onto those that helps children who are challenged on every level, and maybe not special education students, you know, they don't necessarily have an IEP,
Right.
but they may have some sort of learning challenge that needs some sort of assistive technology to overcome that. And that's how those devices are used. And there are additional carts at the secondary schools, but please don't ask me to quote the numbers because I don't remember them.
And there are we doled them out proportionally to the size of the school. So an elementary school certainly got fewer devices than the middle schools and then the high schools. Additionally, we purchased individual pieces of technology, and then we did an iPod Touch project that was really to look at the potential for using those as some of the augmentative communication devices in the district.
The notion that this somehow was able to advance the district's overall replacement of computers and so forth, it wouldn't have been proper to use the money for it. This came through a special education grant, so it had to be used for the benefit, direct benefit of special education children. The district would not have been allowed to say, oh, here's our chance to replace a bunch of smart boards.
No, it's a really good thing, and it
yeah.
enhances the program, and I'm sure it's used for a lot of purposes. It's a wonderful thing.
Right, but it doesn't take the place of-
The Open Choice program
right.
did, I think, buy $100,000, I think of mostly PCs, but I don't remember. The Open Choice program, there was about $100,000 used for technology last year.
No.
I don't believe so.
That's what it.
We can check on that.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Okay,
Tom, can I ask a quick question?
you can.
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
was having a little issue following when you were asking, Chairman Flynn was asking you about, I understand where the ARA funding's coming from and where it is as a revenue item. Where is the expense for that in the budget? How do you, where's the expending of that money, like on this assistive technology area?
Bonnie.
The expenditure was out of last year's budget. What we are showing you is the current year and next year in the section that starts on page 10, which are the revenue designated for specific programs broken down by state, federal, and other funding sources. And the ARA budget is on there. The SFSF funding, which is, remember, there are three components to it. The SFSF funding is on page 12. And there are expenditures for that funding for this year, and you see that the column is blank for 11-12 because we lose that funding next year.
No, but I guess he's asking for the expenditures.
The 09-10 is not in here.
Right, it wasn't given out last year. It was, I think the board adopted it after the 09-10 budget process, I think, remember? But
I mean, we could certainly provide you with the detail on the ARA funding expenditures.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
That will solve the mystery.
Mr. Tetra?
Just, I think that one of the questions is where do we spend the $2.2 million? You're going to provide the support for that, but I think what we keep coming back to is it just wasn't in the operating budget.
Yeah, it's
So in
a
the
grant.
I understand.
Yeah.
But in the approved budget book for 09-010, if we had that in front of us, we wouldn't find that $2.2 million because it was spent outside the approved budget. Is that correct? Or would it be in there? No.
It would have been on the no,
Use the mic.
sorry.
The expenses, not the revenue.
The expenses would be on there also. The expenses for the 09-10 year, they're not in here because we are doing the current year
Understand.
and next year. But
So
had we
the-
done this process with this format last year,
Mm-hmm.
you would have seen the 09-10 year and the 10-11 year.
As I look on page 6, there's a number for the 09-10 of 139,563, 360. Does that include the 2.2 for the ERA funding?
No.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to get to, I think.
Because we do a net budget.
So that the revenue and expenses wouldn't be, we wouldn't find, and if we pulled up that budget book, would we find line items that showed what we spent that on?
I don't know how it was done that year, so.
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm
Yeah.
not,
Last year's budget would not have reflected the detail that you find on the pages for the grants that you see this year, because we didn't do it that way last year.
Right. This is a new feature, these pages.
I understand. That's why I'm just
Right.
asking about that's why I'm trying to get to the number.
Yep.
All right, and I'm trying to agree with you, I think. The $139 million and change for the 09-10 doesn't include the ERA funding, because that was grant money that came in on the outside of that budget.
Right, it doesn't
Funded-
include
and
any grant
funded the
money.
one-time initiatives that were outside the operating budget.
That's correct.
You're right.
Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's what I was trying to say.
Yep.
Which
You're
I
right.
think, Mr. Walsh, I think that was your question.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you for helping me
Sorry
get
to
to
take
that
so
answer.
long.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on this item? Okay.
Where are we?
School allocations and instructional services supplies,
All right. The school allocations, as I explained
reclass.
a number of hours ago, is a change because of the account structure. So In net, money that was in the school account allocations is now moved elsewhere. So that's that small decrease. We did keep all the schools harmless in terms of their allocation. So they have plenty of money. They're full, they're funded fine for their textbooks and their supplies and materials and so forth. That's really an accounting structure issue. Because remember, for example, software used to be something that would have been in the school's allocation. It's not there anymore. Nancy has it all. Under the instructional services, supplies, and textbooks, there are really two big pieces to that that are listed there. One is, and this actually was going on before the audit, and they brought it to light. I had asked to, learn about exactly how we used all these interns that we have in the school system. I believe at the time we had approximately 48 interns currently. Many of them are used to offset substitute teacher costs, so there's some savings there, and we pay a fee to the university for these interns. These are interns through Fairfield University, Sacred Heart. It's kind of like a fee-for-service arrangement. Internship is probably the wrong way to put it, because when you think internship, you think free. And we have those too, but that's not what's in the budget. This is one of those things where the schools were encouraged to have interns, and in fact, the central office subsidized the interns. So the schools were buying interns out of their allocation and then turning around and using them, in large part to fill in for teachers when they're absent. So there was some cost benefit to that. It wasn't purely just a cost. But it turned out, as I got into it more, that a lot of times interns weren't used for substitute teachers. And they're good as substitute teachers because they're training to be teachers and they provide consistency in a school, and that's really good. The kids will see the same person a lot. But if we weren't going to use them to substitute at least 130 or 40 days a year, there was no cost effectiveness. So where we couldn't justify it on a cost-benefit basis, we wiped them out. And so next year, the number of interns gets cut in half. Now, so the net effect of that is a savings when you add up all the plussing and minusing about your substitute teacher costs, is it saves the district about $159,000. And that's where it was all, coming from. And the early literacy program, in the restructuring, this is where those 7.6 FTE equivalent permanent part-time people, that's where their funding was. And that really explains pretty much everything else is pretty close to break even in that account.
Mr. Walsh?
The reduction of those interns, what does that do to your program?
I don't think it has any impact on our program. What was happening was that, the interns would, we'd have multiple interns in a school, and sometimes what would happen is there just wasn't a need for them to substitute because there wasn't anybody out that day, and so they were, they're an extra pair of hands, but wasn't really, cost effective. So we know there are going to be certain days when the intern won't sub, but the only way to make that program, in my mind, cost effective in a tight budget is to demand, I think we used the number, 130, Mary? 130 days. If they substitute 130 days or more, basically that's money we're not spending on substitute teachers. And interns are, generally they're graduate students. They already have their bachelor's degree. They're going for a master's degree in teaching, and so this is part of their program. So they're generally high-quality folks, but in a cost-benefit analysis, we were better off reducing the number and evaluating at the end of the year.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll go to maintenance and security.
All right, that's I'll have Tom come up, but I think the biggest piece there is one of the things I mentioned at the beginning was trying to rebuild in some of the maintenance projects that have been cut in prior budgets that I think we were getting dangerously low in that account. The list of maintenance projects is on page 176 and 177. So there is an increase in the maintenance project line that probably accounts for a good deal of that. And then there's some other contracts we have with outside vendors that have some escalators in them. But the biggest piece of that would be the increase in the maintenance projects. It's a concern. It's an easy cut to make. As Mr. DeWitt said, it was a choice. When the budget's cut, it's a choice that was made. But I really think there's a level below which, we're maintaining 2 million square feet of facility. Projects need to happen on an ongoing basis, and that's really the biggest piece. Of course, Tom wanted a lot more, and I cut him back, but that's, what made it through the hurdle.
Questions, comments? Mr. Kiley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question, and we can't settle this tonight, but I want to throw the question out there. A lot is said about maintenance projects that get cut, but this board doesn't cut any maintenance projects. This board adopts a budget for the Board of Education, and then actions take place thereafter that affect various capital budget lines or maintenance lines or expense lines. So could we see a schedule that shows historically for the last 3 or 5 years what was cut, what was not done, so that, we can put some facts behind the statements about the cutting of maintenance projects?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Bolito. And then we'll go to Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does this line item encompass custodial services in the schools, or is that something separate?
That's part of it.
It's part of it?
Not the salaries, but all the other services.
Right.
Contracts, supplies.
Yep.
Right.
One of the things that the operational audit pointed out was that there could be savings as far as, and this is on the town side, so I'm not sure if it's applicable to you, but that some savings could be found by subcontracting out custodial services throughout the town. Is that something that you've looked at, or is that part of the discussion you're going to be having coming up?
That was not in our audit.
Okay. I know it was in the town side audit.
Right. They don't know what the bargaining unit restrictions are on that.
Understood.
There's usually an issue with that. I think one area that I am looking carefully at, and I don't have enough figures to put it into the budget, is to really try our best to contain wherever we can overtime.
Yep.
That tends to be one of those wild cards, and sometimes you can't help it. Stuff breaks, people get called in, snowstorms, and so forth. I'm talking about sort of preventable overtime, for lack of a better word. We have some past practices about how we treat that in the district that I'm eager to change, but sometimes that's hard to do because once you establish a past practice, you can have an unfair labor practice if you move too quickly. So,
Understood.
Margaret Mary Fitzgerald is having some fruitful conversations with the leadership of that bargaining unit, and we think we can begin to contain those costs, but subcontracting was not something that was on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
Maybe Mr. Cullen could address this question, but when I look at this maintenance projects list, and I'm always concerned when I see Burr on here with some more projects on a brand-new school, or maybe not considered brand-new right now, but once again, here we are with some new HVAC units in the reception area and about 5 classrooms. What's that all about? Is that heating, HVAC system still not working properly? Can you tell me what that's all about? Because I'm just surprised to see another $25,000 to be thrown at what I would consider to be a relatively new HVAC system. That was just brand new.
Yep, I understand. The school opened in 2003, so it's 8 years old now, but the monitoring of the systems year in and year out, we've found that these areas are consistently either below or above temperature range for the building. And with all of the outside help and consultants we worked with, we cannot make the system that's there now, designed for the building, work for these 5 areas.
And once again, there's no way to go back after people for this, because now it's been 8 years, and we've been continually having these problems with this HVAC system that we keep trying to make work that can't work.
I think if we did a tour of Burr, I'd love to walk around with you and show you, but you need to see how the zones are set up for the heating and cooling of the building and how the rooms were designed. There's rooms that have extremely high ceilings. They're on the end of the zone. So as the building is meeting the needs of the heating and cooling, that last room, that art room's 21-foot ceiling She's always cold, she's always hot. And the reception area, if you know Burr, it's a very large, wide-open corridor and lobby space. And we have secretaries sitting at a desk there that are in that open area.
And we can't go after people because it's too late.
Yeah,
To answer your
I
question.
understand we can't go after people, but does the town or the Board of Ed side maintain lists of vendors who maybe we shouldn't use again?
The building
I mean,
committee
it's-
issue, right?
Yeah, the purchasing agent does if there are issues of service or results, does note that in any review of any responsive bidding in the future, for sure. think
So
there
I
are 3 or
presume the
4
Burr
vendors.
people are on that list?
Well, those engineers I don't think have been used recently, but it was a complex building, supposedly, it was very energy efficient, and my guess is it's actually
All
saved...
evidence to the contrary.
Well, no, yes, they're doing some things, but it may have saved hundreds of thousands a year in the actual operation compared to our older schools, so it's relative. And I was on the building
Do we know
committee.
that's true?
I've heard from Tom and others that it's a pretty, there's some good efficiencies in it. I don't know how to quantify it, but...
There's some. I think the piece that maybe nobody figured was the placement of the building and all of the glass, and when the sun rises in the morning and is high in the afternoon and sets late in the evening, affects the building dramatically. We put thermostats, 2 in every classroom, 1 against the window wall, 1 against the corridor, and the range of difference is 6 degrees. So there's things going on.
It was
certain
real
days.
difficult to predict that the sun was going to come up and go down on the other side. I can understand how that was a game changer for the architecture.
The view is great, though, apparently.
It looks great.
Wow.
In regard to the McKinley School project, was there a dehumidification system that was in the kitchen and now needs to be replaced?
No,
or is
there
this a brand-new
wasn't.
system?
There wasn't. This is something we've been monitoring the last 4 years. It's just getting extremely humid in that kitchen when it's filled with staff and all the equipment's running and they're preparing food. And we've had up to 7 portable dehumidifiers in there trying to keep up with the removing the water.
Mr. Brockfeld, Mr. Walsh, you all
I'm all
set?
done, thank you.
Mr. Brockfeld, Mr. DeWitt, Mr. Belito.
I have a question just for Tom. It's a recurring theme, but how do we come up, when you total this up, it's a lot of money, $1.5 million. How do we come up with these estimates?
Well, the estimates are done in a long process. We first build a menu of all the items that the principals are asking for, the staff are asking for, and that we walk the schools as a team with. Those are priorities 1, 2s, and 3s. We take the priority ones based on the issues for that year and come up with a total. And as Dr. Title said, I was asking for more than is actually here. So some of the number ones were cut. The estimates are coming from various people. We have consultants on board through the preventive maintenance programs that are working with us. The contractors that are on board checking systems, boilers, and HVAC units when they're not running and recommending what we can replace it with, and certainly past projects. And I think I provided for you in your packet some of the answers to some of the questions. We did provide a spreadsheet of a lot of the past projects we've done.
So if you were to get the budget that you needed in order, whatever budget ends up being approved, enough that the superintendent said, okay, I want to go ahead with this list, there's enough money to do it, will each of these projects be bid out through, how is it, because these are estimates, obviously, how does it get done?
Correct.
On the backside?
Many of them have to be bid out, so there's specifications drawn up either from past projects or from new, and submitted to the town through the bidding process.
And then I guess final question would be, do we get, Mr. Chairman, do we get an accounting after the fact? Like next year, would you come in here and say, well, we went ahead and we did all of these projects on this list. This was the estimates that we provided, and this is what ended up costing?
Yeah, we can
That's
do
something
that,
we've-
and I think in past years, we've done that. We certainly do it with the non-recurring, the town capital improvement projects. We provided you as far back as I've been working here since 2002 with what we asked for, what was budgeted, and what was expended. And we can certainly do that with these projects here.
Certainly something I'd love to see on an ongoing basis.
Thank you.
We keep that for accounting purposes, so Bonnie won't let me get away with out showing her everything I'm spending on these projects.
We'll have to call her
You
back.
got him,
We'll
Mr.
have to call her
Dewitt.
back next year, double check it. Yeah.
Mr. Dewitt?
Just a quick statement, any engineer that can't figure out which way the sun, that's like a sophomore, I'm an engineer, so sophomore level class in thermodynamics.
That's in high school.
If
That's
they
all.
passed it, I'm sure they could have passed it.
They didn't tint the windows.
I don't know if you know, the engineer had difficulty with that building when it was in design.
Wow.
He had issues.
We got the wrong engineer.
So,
I'm also struck, as much to Mr. Walsh's point, a lot of newer schools on here. We're the North Stratfield, I'm sorry, you have North Stratfield parents in the room. I don't see one thing for North Stratfield, and that's not exactly what I consider one of the newer schools. Maybe it's because we don't have air conditioning in any of our rooms, or, but
I could certainly,
one room has air conditioning.
I can certainly show you some North Stratfield items that got priority 2s and 3s that didn't make the list.
All right.
That school's actually in pretty good shape.
It's in very good shape.
Don't touch it. You know what? Listen, don't touch it. We're perfectly fine. I'll
As
speak
far-
for the.
It's
the
a
North Stratfield
rectangular
people can't
box.
hear because I'm speaking to them for like 2
Right,
seconds.
yes.
Just leave it alone. I'm
That's
fine.
it.
We're
That's
fine.
what we're doing.
But my question is, what's that?
We'll take more money.
Yeah. None of these, are any of these have any commonality with any of the projects we've been talking about, the capital projects? Because you see things like, air filtration and quality of air. None of these things are common to, what was the school we just talked about? Sherman.
No, the air filter systems you see at the 2 middle schools
Right.
are for the art programs. The use of the kilns and the clay program for the instructional side has increased greatly, and the amount of dust coming from those machines are requiring us to put better air systems in.
So anything we're considering in capital is not duplicated here.
That's correct.
In,
No.
in any way.
We
Non-recurring capital.
got yanked.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh?
Mr. Gull, I'm trying not to waste any time here, but I mean, one of the items that I'm going down on the Roger Ludlow's, I guess, middle school, installed double door and stairwell. It's $15,000 to replace one set of double doors? It just seems like astronomical.
It's a single door in a stairwell.
That makes it better.
At the end of one of the
Keep
wings.
talking. It's the same engineer who couldn't figure out the sun?
It just turns out that this section of the building is used very heavily, and as you know, the building is very long, 2 long wings. This stairwell is at the end of one wing, and every time the bell rings, the kids pile up in the stairwell and can't get through the single door quick enough. So the principal's been recommending a safety issue and wants to put a double door there that are on a magnet holdback, and the more kids can get through in a quicker time period.
It just seems, to me, a little bit astronomical that just to widen that by one door length and add a door is $15,000.
Well, I think if you understand construction, there's a lintel over the head of that door. It's
Okay.
got to be longer and larger for a double door than a single. It's a stairwell, so it's fire rated,
Right.
so there's more cost to it than just a residential application.
We are sensitive to underestimating the cost of these.
No shot on that one. Mr. Flade.
No, it's getting-
Duly noted.
Just a quickie, I know it's getting a little late, and hopefully we'll get some public comment in, but just a quick, a constituent emailed me about this, and I honestly wasn't sure the answer. The security supplies account is $200,000, and over the last couple of years, I know it was used for a lot of video cameras and stuff to enhance security, which we all want to see. I'm just wondering, like, if that was all done, what would the additional 200 be used for?
The security count you're looking at, I don't think is just for security equipment and projects.
That's what the description said.
I'm looking for it now.
Right,
$4
for
million?
handheld communication, cell phones, and,
What page, Ken?
well, the explanation is page 98, but the account is page 58. It's the one-time business services, safety, and security expenses. It's about
Did you
168
jump ahead?
in 08, 09, 10. I just wasn't sure. I got to ask the question, so I said I would ask it. Otherwise, I would have asked it earlier.
Yeah, $200,000 line item.
This is where I think you did most of the build-up in the security systems over
Right,
the
it's
last
on
few years.
page 98, 309. This account covers the handheld communication devices that are used in all the schools, the walkie-talkies, as well as the maintenance and custodial staff, all of the cell phones, special duty police, so anytime we hire the police for the opening of school on the streets that are most problematic, and anytime during the year that a principal thinks they need police coverage for an event, is covered out of this account. There's video cameras and security equipment covered there, electronic equipment, security locks that we've been updating with all of the portable classrooms in the districts and the students and staff coming and going. When they have to step outside, we're installing security locks on the doors.
Well, there's another $100,000 account for all the security locks and doors in the business budget, but that's all right. I mean, that kind of answers the question. Thank you. It's okay.
I have one last quick one on this item, on the maintenance item. It goes to something that Mr. Walsh had mentioned earlier and some others, because I too had noticed a bunch of quote-unquote newer schools on here as opposed to some of the older ones. When the schools are built and handed over, is there an estimate of what the annual maintenance costs are projected once those schools are done that come with the school? In other words, when they handed over Burr and said, you know, here are the keys, did you have a projection of what the maintenance costs on those are?
No.
And do we then track kind of against those annual maintenance costs to see where we are?
No.
So is that not a factor when those buildings are designed and put into place as to what the annual maintenance costs on those buildings are?
I think honestly, more of our concern is when the building's turned over to us, it's usually a year or two after the C of O. I mean, the
Understand.
punch list items take a long time, tweaking the HVAC systems,
No, I
learning
get
and
that, but
training, so.
Yeah, but it's just, I know from being involved in the past, right, serving on a committee that reviewed the whole process, that the town actually builds the buildings through these building committees. But then the buildings are turned over to the Board of Education, then it's their responsibility through these budget lines to maintain those buildings.
Correct.
So if you take Burr, for example, that won all sorts of architectural awards, right, at the time, go figure, right? Then you have all these problems, both with the engineering of the building, with some of the issues you've had with the flooring and the HVAC systems, the boilers and all that through the years. And you guys are essentially left saying, yeah, here's what we have to deal with. And is there no projection that's given over when the building is given over? Because that should be a key element of when the building's designed.
I could
Like,
speak
yeah.
on that. I was on, you can blame me, I was on the Burr Building Committee. Aha. It is my fault,
Nice work.
right.
No.
That's right. I was the vice chair.
There's a lot of
so-
things. It's that Bob Seger song, Wish I Knew, whatever he says. You know what I'm talking about. So, but I remember during that whole design process, being the key function of the school was because it was going to have so many windows that you wouldn't need as much heat. You wouldn't need to utilize as much light like this. I mean, that was all discussed
Right.
in quite great detail during the whole design process. So,
Did anybody ever calculate it, though? I mean, it goes to some, you know, Mr. Flato pointed out before, hey, we believe it's energy efficient as compared to relative buildings. I mean, it's kind of lessons learned here, right? Do we know that it was?
I think there were calculations that it would save X amount of money in utility costs because of the way it's designed. I don't recall specifically, but I do recall that was discussed by the architect and.
It'd be nice to know whether we're realizing any of those. I mean, yes, it's 8 years later, you're sitting here and we're, you know, dealing with these issues, but it'd be nice to know whether there was something that we should be tracking on that. The other question I have is, and Jim Brown, I'm going to look at you on this as well. I know from a past experience managing buildings and things like that, there's an average cost per square foot that you're supposed to have spending in maintenance. You know, if you have a building, how much per square foot are you spending for maintenance? And to one of Mr. Kiley's earlier points, you know, where are we relative, you know, on that average cost per square foot for maintenance relative to other school districts and relative, if I was on the Board of Education and I have to divvy up how this expense is done at the end of the year after this process is all through, so it ultimately ends in your guys' lap, I'd like to know where we are on the average cost on maintenance per square foot relative to my peers and relative to an industry average. Jim, I know you've probably forgotten more about this than I know. I mean, is there...
You could work it that way, but it'd be interesting, it'd be a nice number to know.
Yeah, I mean,
I know
something
that
to
on
consider.
I'm sorry, on the operating side, the audit, our audit,
Yeah.
did look at our maintenance expenses and our total spending in that department relative to peer groups and
Yeah.
averages and so forth, and we're very comfortable where we, where we are in terms of our budget, for the number of square feet and so on and so forth. But
But yet you say you're behind, so.
yeah, we're behind.
So are we
it's-
spending too much on these warranty programs and on these other things? Are we spending the money, and Tom, that's no
Yeah.
disrespect to you.
Right.
And how you're managing the department. I'm trying to figure out, are we spending the money in the most efficient way?
Right.
Each year we come here and we hear we're behind, right?
Right.
And I don't know whether we are behind because I don't know what the benchmark we're comparing on other than a punch list.
Right.
I don't know whether we're behind dollars-wise.
Yeah, I understand. I think go back and look at that section of the audit again. It's pretty informative. They did do some of those comparisons
Yeah.
you spoke about. Although they didn't put it in there, they did tell us that they felt that we would benefit in the long run. And we'll look at this in terms of cost effectiveness for a future budget. Would we be better off, for example, hiring an additional plumber on staff rather than spending some money and maybe avoid some of these things down the road?
Right.
They thought maybe if we hired another electrician, so that's something we need to look at going forward. Is it more cost-effective to hire a staff member to do some of this work rather than have all these projects?
Yeah, and I remember reading some of that within the operating
Yes.
budget, but clearly there's more work that needs to be done in there.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
This would be a good conversation to remember as we renovate Sherman, because I believe Sherman's going to be all glass too, in front, correct? Well,
It is designed that way.
it is designed for glass,
For the
correct?
administration wing to have a long curved wall that's all glass floor to ceiling.
I've already addressed that, and said we don't want that.
So that's changed.
Yes.
So we're not having,
We haven't voted it through yet, but I already outlined that, is it's not happening.
okay.
Any other questions, comments on maintenance and security? All right.
I'm okay.
Legal fees, you're going to get in a lot more trouble this year? Is that-
7 contracts to negotiate,
Okay.
That's it.
including the big ones.
There you go.
But that's really the whole expense.
Okay, capital outlay, small.
Yeah, that's the capital outlay, by and large, out at the school level. So that was, and some of that was ins and outs of the accounting and the allocations. So that's where that is. That's just a bunch of
I think
little
that's the
things
list
that
you were
added up
looking
to
at before.
70,000.
Yeah.
A list of specific things.
Any other comments, questions on capital outlay? And there was nothing on legal fees, I take it? Okay, anything on the miscellaneous or cumulative changes? Dr. Title, anything, we're at the end of your executive summary, anything that we haven't asked about that you're?
No, I'm pretty fried. I enjoy the sport of it, I have to say, but by 11 o'clock,
Come join us for 11 meetings like this.
that's right. I admire what you do, believe me.
Any other
So
questions?
I'm happy, and thank you. You guys ask great questions, right on, and I actually enjoy this sport of this.
Thank you. Mr. DeWitt?
I'm not quite done.
Okay. Maybe I'll amend my comment after Mr. DeWitt.
You may want to.
Okay.
I'd be curious I tried reconciling the line items back to the 88%
Right.
number you've been, and they don't match. So I kind of I wouldn't mind seeing how you got to that bar chart or that pie chart.
Which pie chart on
Pie
page?
chart on page number 28.
On 28? Okay.
I know, like I said, the numbers don't totally reconcile.
Okay. Yeah, because there are fewer slices to the pie than there are
Correct.
lists on
And I
here.
know some of them logically go together, but there's some adds and there's some puts and takes there, right?
Right. Yeah.
Two, as a member of the Budget Subcommittee, one of our actions last year, one of our requests was that we get munis sheets from the Board of Ed. So I'm curious
Right.
if we could see those.
Yeah, we are.
Here today.
Not earlier tonight?
No, that's
Yeah.
the town side. That was another Mrs. Gardner. 'Cause that's when I saw him tonight, I was
Yeah.
like, awesome,
Right.
and then I looked at him, I said, Linda Gardner. I'm like, oh,
Right.
sorry.
Where we are with.
I love you.
Yes. Actually, we're beginning a process of quarterly reports to the Board of Ed off the Munis system, and we have a format for that, and the Board of Ed will review it for the first time tomorrow night. So it is in the works, and they're getting it as of 2/28, and then we'll do it again as of 3/31, and we would be happy to share it with you so you can see our expenses versus our budget, and we will be doing that quarterly. So that will be rolled out tomorrow.
And probably for the next time you're here to, so we can recap this, but we asked this of Dr. Clark, I think, 2 years ago. What would you do with this budget if the first selectman's recommendation went forward? And you would be...
And if I were king.
If you were king.
Right, because we have a
What
Board
would
of
you
Ed to do it.
What would you do with if
Right.
$1.6 less billion?
Okay. I'm not sure I'll have a good answer for you, but I'll think about it between now and then.
It kind of gets back to, you get one big number, I understand, and the
Right.
it takes, but I'm curious as to this part of the budget where you think you'd...
I understand. I haven't really...
It's more philosophical than anything, I understand.
Right.
All right.
And that's subject to a big review and not my final decision, and... Right, okay. Yeah, you bet.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right, seeing none, and my apologies for the lateness of the hour, we're going to allow for public comment now. Again, it's going to be comment, not question. I would ask that members of the public come on first, and then any RTM members and others in the audience, Board of Ed members, if they so wish. Please, to the microphone up here. Sign your name, and there was no.
Oh, there was none?
No, there was, it was put out there, but I didn't see anyone sign up.
My name is Kate Daniello. I live at 490.
Turn the microphone on. Okay.
Can you, thank you, Mr. Boyle.
My name is Kate Daniello. I live at 490 Shrub Oak Lane.
Do that the second night.
My comment is this. Sherry Stenick has mentioned placing these architects, contractors who have given us faulty design situations for the newer schools that have cost us money, putting them on a list of do not use. If there's one thing I've learned is that the press can give you quite a bit of power to pressure these architects into contributing some sum to the expenses that the schools have incurred as a result of those faulty design implications. And I would encourage the town, the Board of Ed, to use the power of the press to pressure or encourage, hopefully encourage, those architects or contractors to contribute to this problem. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniela Rhodes. I'm at 200 Hemlock Hills North. I'm a Burr parent. I just have a statement from myself and from our PTA president, Kristen Whitney. To make it very short, I support the budget as Dr. Title has presented it and has been approved by the Board of Ed. And on behalf of Kristen Whitney, she wrote, while I cannot speak for the entire Burr community, as a member of that community, I would like to express my support for the budget as it was presented by Dr. Title and approved by the Board of Education. The new elementary staffing model, especially with the concentration of additional math and language arts specialists, is of particular interest and I feel are important to the continued success of our educational system. Please do not reduce this budget to the detriment of the system and our school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Meredith McCormick, Fairfield Beach Road. I am a budget rep at Sherman Elementary School. I come here tonight to ask you to support the Board of Ed's proposed budget as is. 4.3% of the 4.9% increase is due to fixed or contractual costs, as we've heard tonight and we've seen. At Sherman, we feel strongly that the addition of the .5 math science research teacher is a step in the right direction to strengthen the curriculum. If we invest the money at a young age, it should, in the least, improve test scores and hopefully save us money long-term with instructional improvement. We're all taxpayers, and I applaud you for your diligence in going through not just the education budget, but the entire town budget, because I realize that education is just one part of it. But I am a PTA budget rep from a school. So So I beat out a lot of people for this job, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't try to convince you to spend money on education. So to this point, I'd just like to point out, in regards to the education budget, we're in a unique position of having a new leader, one who built a budget from the ground up, not one who just took what we had last year, what was always been done, and cut and pasted it to make this year's budget. This superintendent's budget is real and it's lean. Please support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Gigi Christel, 428 Woodridge Avenue. I'm the PTA Council President-elect, but I'm speaking as parent and citizen. I've spent a significant amount of time studying the budget, questioning and talking with Board of Ed members and Dr. Title, and I'm comfortable that Dr. Title and the staff have found if there was any fat left, any fat that was in the budget, and have cut it. They've really gone over every line item and have really tried to make sense of it, and that if there are any cuts to the Board of Ed requested budget, it'll be cutting programs or cutting the elementary school model, which is really the only increase that's in the budget beyond the move forward costs. So I'm asking you to approve the budget in its entirety that the Board of Ed has requested.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Sandra Kroll. I am a parent from Jennings School, and I am the budget representative of Jennings as well, but I'm speaking as a mother again here. It's very late, so I want to just echo everybody here. Good love to, if you guys, everybody who are working so hard, thank you for that again. Express my support for the current budget, and please don't cut anything. The same way that the superintendent found, because it seems like he was very detailful and he cut already many, many things. Let's not cut anything more. Our kids really need this. And education, if we bring a much better education, we will bring more people to the town, and that will bring more increases in our homes. It will be more taxes for the town. There is other ways to raise money, but please do not cut the budget. Just wanted to say that, this support for this current budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary Hogue, 165 Stonewall Lane. I'm PTA, but I'm here as me. I want to reiterate that, but also to say the same sort of thing, is that this budget is very thoughtful, and you, as always, do a great job of looking line by line. And I think, this year we're trying very hard on the PTA with your help. We're really trying to understand the whole budget process and what we're doing in town, not just on education. The education budget affects not just the students and not just the parents of the students. It affects the whole town, and cutting the budget could potentially mean cutting programs, which could potentially mean degrading a very important part of the town. And as much as I am a parent of students in the school community, I'm also a taxpayer, and I'm also very in love with this town. I think this town's amazing, and it would be a real shame to take a very special part of it with a budget that has been very thoughtful and very realistic and realigned. So it's a little confusing because we can't compare this year to last year, which is probably not such a bad thing. But it is different, and I think it's really important to continue to be thoughtful and continue to keep asking questions. So I really applaud you doing this. I think it's important that we be well-informed. I think we are. And I think this is a good budget that should be fully supported. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Tim Carey, 7 Greenacre Lane, member of the Board of Education. Make clear up front that I'm not empowered to speak for the Board of Education. I'm one of 9 members, and I'm going to give you my own opinion here this evening. I just want to react to one thing that I heard this evening, and that was from one of our selectmen who said, we pay them and we need to take their advice. And that was in response to, I guess, talking about the actuaries, Aon Consulting. The document I'm giving you, you've seen before. I'll put copies out for the public as well if people want to look at them. this is the history of our internal service fund. And I just want to make sure that I'm understanding everything properly, because I understand that this is a problem the Board of Finance has a concern about. I share this concern. I shared this concern with my board last year, and I think it's a problem that we have to work as a team collaboratively to fix. But in 2006, the Board of Ed had a positive balance of $520,000 and change, and the town had a minus $602,000 balance. The Board of Ed, listening to the advice of the AI consultants in 2007, had a positive $1.7 million balance, and the town had a minus $666,000 balance. In 2008, the town transferred $400,000 from the Board of Ed's overage on July 1st, 2008, into their fund, which artificially increased their amount and decreased ours. So really, we were at $2.7 million, and they were at $655 in 2008. In 2009, it was 4.3 to negative 910,000, and in 2010, we were looking at 5.3 to 1 million. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose focus on what the root of this problem is. And I, as a taxpayer and as a board member, very much appreciate this board interceding and starting the stair-stepping process that was talked about last time. But the fact that you've had to intercede indicates that one of the two parties in this agreement is not acting in good faith. And I think that what we have to do here is we have to work together to solve this problem for the sake of our town's bond rating. But you need to understand the Board of Ed also has to look out for the employees of our community or computing that are contributing to this fund, and for the students. So there are obviously a lot of things that are in play here. And what I want to make sure that we're doing is that we're not just pointing fingers, but we're collaborating to fix the problem. And I think that there's going to be willingness to do that. There's going to be discussion about this at our board tomorrow night, and I will certainly press to collaborate. But the end of the day is we have to look at where the root of this problem is, and I think the sacrifice to fix the problem has to be shared by all parties. Thank you very much.
Tom?
Thank you.
I just want to say, I also said that we needed the documentation, and I think that if it would be good to have the Aon people defend or not defend what they suggest. We can't, the comment from Dr. Title was that we should have the numbers and look at the real numbers, and I was just...
Could I ask not to have a
No,
back and forth?
we're done.
And I would also like to respectfully request a point of personal information for someone to suggest from another board that someone on these boards is acting not in good faith. Is it kind of a shame? None of us do that to the other board, and I would suggest that everything in these funds have been vetted publicly for 5 years at these boards, every single dollar, throughout the process. So anyway, enough. Thank you.
Perry Lou, 50 Judges Hollow Road, Board of Ed member, but I'm speaking for myself tonight. I have to agree with what I just heard from First Selectman Flato in that I've seen nothing but good intentions from everyone here in trying to figure out what's going on with this insurance fund, and to accuse one side or the other in trying to understand where we are trying to come together on this is a misservice in trying to go forward. But a lot has been said tonight about the board approving maintenance, and it was the board that cuts maintenance, and it's the board that approves this, and it's a board that approves this budget. And I have to say that this is something I will have to take up tomorrow night's meeting at the Board of Education, that what I feel about this insurance fund and how it should be and where it should be allocated, et cetera, is a whole different issue. But this was never brought before the full board by our superintendent. Many of us as board members were not aware that this was how the budget was going to be used. And I, as one board member, really feel it was a disservice to the Board of Education and how we are being represented. And I will look into it tomorrow night at tomorrow night's Board of Education meeting. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm out of order.
No,
Not at all.
Carolyn Trabucco, 221 Sherwood Farm Road. I would like to say, first and foremost, I'm delighted by what happened here tonight. I've observed several meetings on the BOE side and on the Board of Finance side. I'm an analyst by trade. I was thrilled to hear the numbers conversations. What I would like
Do you like
to
to run
comment
for-
on, having seen all of this, having listened to all of this, I'd like to call you back to the big picture, which was the first thing mentioned, and the big picture, which ultimately is the difference between the Selectmen's budget proposal and the Board of Education's approved budget proposal. And it seems to me that the difference isn't necessarily about the medical benefits line, and maybe that's where the conversation should take place. Seems to me the difference is in the approach to a school population, whether it's declining, whether 1 year makes a trend, maybe 2 years make a trend, or maybe we have to serve the children who are in our school system today to the best of our ability, and then look at serving tomorrow's children under a revised plan, a long-term plan. And I would encourage you to think about how you approach this budget as it relates to those children currently in the system. And then secondly, do what you're doing and bring your forensic accounting to the foreground and find those opportunities in the benefits lines, in the medical benefits, in the pension fund, and all that you're doing. And let's let the conversation rest there. Because I think if we're going to bring a philosophical difference about a birth rate and a population that may or may not change over time, I think we may end up pretty far off course of where we all would like to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Seeing none. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the public coming and sticking with us for 4 hours this evening, 4+ hours. And we do have a couple of budgets that I think we're going to hold over. Mr. Fickey, I'm sorry if you have to come back, but it's we'll do this on the Board of Education follow-up night, which is March 16th, which you're probably going to be here anyway, right? Yes. So I apologize. So we'll do it March 15th, March 16th. If I can I have everyone's attention in the audience for a moment? Just real quick, I meant to do this earlier, but she was actually out of the room. I wanted to recognize Mrs. Bonnie McQuain, who has announced her retirement in about a month and a half. Now, Bonnie has been the face of the Education Administration for the Board of Finance as long as I've been here. And sadly, the poor woman has had to sit through many of these meetings with us when the public is not here, which might have hastened her retirement. But she has been a stalwart at being at our meetings almost every month, I think, including our quarterly reviews. Bonnie, you've done a fantastic job for us. You've always followed up with the myriad of requests, and it's kind of like an iceberg. The public doesn't necessarily see all the requests that you get inundated with by this board as well as your own board on a monthly and weekly basis. So I want to thank you for your diligence, your grace, and everything. With that, so best of luck to you, and we're going to call you back next year to answer some of these variances. With that, can I have a motion, please? So moved. Motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Opposed, abstentions? Thank you, everybody. Thanks again.
You have to do it again.